pieces of peanut butter cup wrappers in that driveway and they blew onto our lawn. They took a picture and posted it on the HOA website.
Good morning to our virtual participants. We are still waiting to start the meeting. We will be starting here shortly. Thank you.
Judge, were you ready to begin? Were you ready, Judge? Okay.
Stand by.
Please. Go ahead, Jessica.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Thursday, April 20th, 2023. Commissioners Court is meeting in special open session. Today we're joined by ASL interpreters James Garcia and Selena Saloom. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Judge, would you like to make any opening comments before we begin?
Very special guest today, including Mr. Chui. How are you doing, Mr. Reyes? How are you today, and his wife? And thank you for being here with us. Just want to welcome all of you to Commissioners Court. I've always enjoyed special sessions because we get to spend a little bit more time on the same topic and not go through so many. So we welcome you today. We thank you for being here and being part of our local government. And so have a wonderful day today and a very blessed weekend. Thank you.
Item number 3 is public comment. We do not have any speakers signed up for regular public comment. We'll take no action for item 3. Judge, we'd like to read in several items in together and take one motion as we do for consent. Items 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Item number 4, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the International City-County Management Association Economic Mobility and Opportunity Cohort Pre-Award Letter of Authorization on behalf of the County Administration Department in the amount of $2,500 from March 29, 2023 to April 30, 2023. No county matches required. Contract number 2023-0306. Item number 6, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 115.021, audit and settle all accounts against the county shown on the attached listing and direct the payment of those accounts. Item number 7, approve amendment number 24 to the County of El Paso's 2022 through 2023 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase special revenue by $829,411.57, increase grants by $265,000, thus increasing the overall budget of $633,953,247.73 to $635,047,659.30. Item number 8, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the subrecipient agreement between the County of El Paso and Ayuda, Inc. for U.S. Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program Phase 2 funds for the provision of rental and utility assistance and navigation services to eligible county households residing outside the city limits of El Paso from April 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2023 in the amount of $361,002. Contract number 2023-0309. And item number 9, approve and authorize the county judge to electronically sign the Emergency Food and Shelter Program Phase 40 LRO certification e-signature via DocuSign for the EFSP Phase 40 spending period beginning November 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2023. Contract number 2023-0309. And I do have one correction to read in for item 8. The correction should be contract number 2023-0304. Are there any items members would like to pull for discussion?
Commissioners, any items that, if not, move to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Olguin is absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Jessica.
And for item 5, accept the quarterly report from the County Administration Department. Can we please have a motion to delete?
So moved. Second?
We'll bring this item back on May 1st.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 10, receive a presentation from the City of El Paso Department of Public Health regarding the Public Health Community Assessment Report.
Jessica, I apologize, I'm sorry. We wanted to ask if we could please go to item number 17.
17.
Item number 17, discuss and take appropriate action on an appeal hearing for a violation of the county's right-of-way access order at 13600 Chepstow Court.
Welcome, Gilbert.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. Gilbert Solano with Planning and Development Department. This item on the agenda is regarding a right-of-way access order violation, also known as the driveway order, on 13600 Chepstow Court. The property owner disagrees with the department's assessment and has requested this appeals hearing. Based on the order, Commissioner Court is the appellant body, but I'll touch on that later on in the presentation. The property owner is Mr. Christian Barron.
Excuse me, Gilbert, is Christian here?
I understand that he was going to join via Teams or on the phone. I'm not sure if he's on.
Michael, can you check? Because I would like to have him on the call.
I'm checking the list.
We're checking.
Do you know if Joanne
I
is
see a
on?
Gabriela Barron.
Yes, that's his wife.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
He is on the line?
Correct.
Gabriela Barron, the person by the name of Gabriela Barron is on Teams.
Ms. Barone or Mr. Barone, can you hear us?
You're muted.
Mr. and Mrs. Barron, you are muted right now. Can you hear us?
Gilbert, is there a phone number that we can contact them at?
Yes, we'll get that phone number for you shortly.
Thank you.
Want to proceed, or should we wait until
No,
we get
we'll
confirmation?
wait for him so he could be part of the entire process.
Placing the call.
They didn't pick up.
Okay, Judge, would you like us to try to get in touch with the Barones and help them be able to unmute on Teams, and we take Dr. Ocaranza in the meantime?
Absolutely, yeah. We
good.
just need for him to be available.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
One moment.
you.
Jessica, if you'll read back into item number 10?
Yes, item number 10, receive a presentation from the City of El Paso Department of Public Health regarding the Public Health Community Assessment Report.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good
Dr.
morning,
Ocaranza
Dr.
for the
Ocaranza.
record.
How are you today?
Very good, and you?
Real good. Happy to have you here.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be with you.
Thank you.
And this is exciting topic that I'm going to be presenting to you, the court, and to the public in general. We gave an overview already to the stakeholders, and if I may, I'll share my screen so I can have the presentation up. Very good. I believe we can see the presentation.
Yes, it's on. We can see it, Dr. Ocaranza.
Great. Excellent. So I'm going to be presenting the community health assessment, which is a document that involves a lot of people and a lot of hours of work, but this is the foundation for what we're going to be doing as public health. It involves the city, it involves the county, and ultimately, this is what we need to do with our community and how we're going to be addressing those needs. The community health assessment involves many of those steps of public health, and it is a requirement for the Public Health Accreditation Board. It collects information from primary sources and it collects information from secondary sources as what is our community. So every community might have a very different community health assessment because it's directed specifically to the needs of each community. So our community is going to be very different than other communities along the border, even though they share some of the similarities with demographics, climate, and other specific areas. But we are unique, as we have seen it over and over. And one of the best examples is during the pandemic, how we were unique compared to the rest of the state and the country. So what do we do as far as the community health assessment? And what we do is we start the planning phases. We look at stakeholders, we look at who is going to be engaged, and we want to engage as many people as possible, representative from the community, from leaderships, which are external stakeholders, to some internal stakeholders from the county, the city, and very importantly, we also get input from the community. And we took a representative sample across the city and the county, that all the zip codes were represented. So this way we'll have a good idea as far as what are the needs for the community. Then we do the analysis of the data and establish what are the priorities based on the data that we collected, and looking also at the secondary data. The secondary data meaning all the characteristics and all the data that has already been collected that is found in other places such as the census, such as other needs assessment that have been done. CDC has some other, Robert Wood Foundation has some other information that is very, very useful in the way that we collect and put it together so we can have a very comprehensive document that we're going to be working at. So who were the members of the Community Health Assessment Advisory Board? As you can see, it was a lot of people. And all these are people that were leaders in our community, and they were leaders within their companies that they represent, or organizations that also were gracious to accept and participate in this very important document and process. So, first of all, we needed to define our community, the growth, the demographics, who are we as a community? And we compare it to the state of Texas, and as we can see, we know that we're 85% Hispanics. A lot of the Hispanics have very particular needs and challenges in regards to health. And one thing to mention is that public health is everywhere, and sometimes in areas that we don't even recognize that public health is there, such as when we go eat at a restaurant, we don't get food poisoning because public health is there. When we have survived any car accident, public health has been there. And those are very simple examples in which public health has been present in our community. And it is not just the healthcare that we provide to each individual patient, because we have a wonderful healthcare community, physicians, nurse practitioners, and other allied health professionals. So it is important because sometimes it gets mixed in the way that we recognize what public health is and what all the rest of the healthcare community also important job is.
Dr. Carranza, this is
Yes,
not,
sir.
This is not including the entire county, just the city of El Paso, or?
No, it includes the county too, but some
The
of those
numbers-
statistics were also the city, but we included the whole county because
the number,
it's
population-wise, could you go
Yeah.
back to that to that?
yes, sir. Let me go back. I'm trying to go back. Yeah, that population is just the city, but we took in consideration the county.
Well, that number is a lot lower. If you take the whole county, it's 845, so.
Exactly. No, this is just a number to put for the city, but it was just to give you the comparison. But we took in consideration the whole county demographics,
Okay.
which is 45,000 approximately, definitely. And we do not want to exclude the county because those areas outside of the city limits are extremely important because also they have a high vulnerability index.
Exactly.
And I'll show you in just a little bit. I have some other slides that I will show you in that regards. So the community need index, it is a number that is very, very important because it tells us about the income. It takes in consideration the cultural barriers, educational barriers, insurance, healthcare insurance, housing, meaning some other social determinants of health that can make the utilization of healthcare services a lot higher. And that's why sometimes communities that look similar might utilize the healthcare system a lot more than others, and this is one of the explanations for that. We compare Dallas County, Austin, or San Antonio with the different vulnerability or need index numbers, and we can see how it changes quite drastically from one community to the other. So here, as we can see, we have the map, even the whole county, in which some of the areas have a higher need index than others. And in average, we have a community need index of 4.5. It goes from 1 all the way to 5. We do have healthcare needs. We do have some other needs and challenges, and those social determinants of health that we have spoken many, many times before are something that we need to consider because of the way that it affects our health. Health outcomes ranking, El Paso County ranks 56 out of 244. What does this mean? The life expectancy, which is a lag indicator of what are we doing across the lifespan and how we're having our community living longer lives. And this is our ranking across the state. The other health factors ranking compared to the state again, and this is El Paso County. We rank 77 out of 244 that was reported, and there's some of the health factor rankings that we put in the graphics. Then talking a little bit about the secondary data and how do we prioritize that. We took some of the data from the community needs index. We took some data from the demographics. Then what do we do with that? Then we analyze the data, we compare it to some national benchmarks, and we have it ready to incorporate into the primary data that we're getting from the external, from the stakeholders, but also from the service that we got in the community. So, and we put it in a few buckets. One area that is the low need, medium need, and the high need. The highest need is the one that we need to pay more attention. We need to address sooner rather than later, and that's how we prioritize all this information. So as far as the identify needs by the secondary data source, this is some of the issues that we identify based on the data sources that we took from health outcome and factors, from the Paso del Norte Health Foundation information that we found, from Veterans Needs, from El Paso Children's Hospital, University Medical Center. And as you can see, we took secondary data from many sources so we can be as comprehensive as possible. We're not going to be just focusing in only one set of data, but a combination and a range of wide set of data that after a good amount of data, we start seeing all these priorities in all these areas. So the first four were the ones that it is a common area of need that we need to be focusing. And as we can see, mental health appears very clear that is one area of health that we need to put attention. The access to healthcare, chronic conditions that we have mentioned a lot of the times during COVID, and those social determinants of health. As far as the primary data overview, then community surveys, normally the company that we hired to do the community health assessment said that with 1,000 surveys across the community was going to be enough to have an idea of what are those needs in the community. But our community did exceed that 1,000 surveys. We did over 3,600 surveys, which was an outstanding answer from the community. We went door to door. We put these surveys on the internet, social media. We did try different methods so we can gather more information, and this way we can include as many people from the community as possible. And this way it's going to give us a better representation of what our community needs and what the people feel we need to be focusing on. Then also we gathered that information for those key leader focus groups, which we mentioned previously. And also now having those two big areas and buckets of information, which are the primary data source, now we compare it one to one to see where do we meet, what are the differences between the answers from one compared to the other. And the good thing is that we find a lot of common areas that we need to be working on that felt that it was a big need in our community. Mental health, we need not to forget about that. And little by little, we give the importance that it needs to be given for the mental health. So some of the factors or behaviors as far as not seeking help, these are some of those, and the first four were the more important ones, as we can see. Then in the community web survey results, why people are not seeking mental health. And as we can see, one of the very, very common ones was the inability to pay for the services. That comes with a lack of insurance. That comes with many ways they're challenged to access those healthcare. Some of the reasons that we see a lot of the people going to get medications in other places across the border, many of those times is how we can continue educating our community that there are places like FQHCs that they can receive the care that they need. And sometimes they don't know that there's those services available. So it is a good, very, very good information as how we need to start working on that. Sorry. So putting those answers together, we have these four top priority areas that were identified, and they were common between the stakeholders and the primary surveys. And as we can see, they're similar. The inability to pay, the long wait times, meaning there's no appointments available in a long, long time. We're challenged with being a health professional shortage area. We continuously work on that. Our community has some great institutions of higher education that are trying to graduate a lot of those healthcare professionals that are going to help us mitigate a lot of this need, but we need to continue working on that. We need to continue stimulating our youth so they can come and seek that education and stay within our community to help us. As far as the perspectives that we have here, have the comparison between the primary data from the surveys and from the stakeholders, and how it matches very, very similarly in those 4 areas. In the summary findings, what are the needs based on primary data source? Well, among those, the access to care is the big one. Mental health and behavioral health, chronic conditions, and other family and community support is very, very important, and also the employment. As we can see, we put the stars in the ones that we have a match, and how we're going to be putting and grouping into 3 distinct areas that we're going to be getting to that in just a little bit. So what are the key considerations? Well, as we look at the social determinants of health, now we need to look at some other considerations as far as accessing and how all these can affect the health of the community. We need to address them, and we need to see how we can bring that health equity into the picture and help our community in such a way that it's going to create that positive effect in the health of our community. And ultimately, as a lag indicator, we're going to have a longer life expectancy, as we have continuously seen throughout the years. So in the poll that we have, in the conditions, we see how obesity plays a very high impact in the way that we have those answers in the polling. Cardiovascular conditions, meaning high blood pressure, meaning the diabetes, also another chronic condition. And they all go hand in hand, and we've been talking a lot about that. How can we help the people, educate them how to take the medication properly, how to go to the follow-ups that they need, how to access the care that they need. So this way, they're not going to go to have complications, and how they're going to be living a longer life. So with all this and combining the primary and secondary data, we have those priorities. Our community health assessment priority, we're dividing into 3 big areas. Those 3 big areas are the chronic conditions. What are those? As we mentioned previously, cardiovascular disease, hypertension, and diabetes. Cardiovascular conditions meaning heart attacks, meaning coronary artery disease. All that can lead to premature death. All that can lead to more complications later on in life. And as families that we have that are multi-generational, as we have a responsibility where parents and grandparents that live with us, this is an area that we need to focus on, how we're going to be helping them so they can live longer, share with us many more moments that we wanted to be present for, and how we're going to be also living a healthier life ourselves and our families, starting from our children as they grow older. Mental health and behavioral health, it includes all these mental health issues that we have seen and arising, especially through the pandemic. Substance use and abuse. We saw a very sharp rise, and also violence and domestic violence, including that. Schools were not in present, giving in-person classes was the best example in how domestic violence cases were not reported, child abuse cases were not being reported by school nurses, by school officials, because the schools were not in person. But now that we're back in person, we continue to have a lot of that, and that's what we're going to be seeing, some of that being addressed. Some of the mental health challenges that a lot of these children have because they were staying by themselves at home while the parents were working or the single parent was working. All those things are extremely important. We need to continue helping, addressing that mental health, I want to call it crisis that we're having at this moment, and come to the table together with the mental health authority, with some other mental health providers, public health. We all need to come down, sit down at the table, and look for the ways that we're going to be helping our community with their needs. And lastly, the access to care. How can we educate the public to access the care that they need? To let them know the services that are available through FQHCs, through other institutions that are providing the care that is very greatly needed, in particular to those that have those high vulnerability indexes. So as we can see, the community health assessment process is quite comprehensive. It involves a lot of steps, but we need to have all these steps in place so we can have that foundation. And now the Department of Public Health, we're working on getting our strategic planning that is going to be our working guide in how we're going to be helping our community pass this pandemic. As we can see, the goals and priorities based on those big groups of conditions and issues, problems, and needs that we have in our community are going to be addressed. And with that, I really thank you and thank for all the support. The county has been doing a wonderful job supporting public health initiatives, supporting ultimately all the residents and constituents that you have in your representation. And we will continue to work very closely to address those needs and help those in need, but actually our community in general.
Thank you, Dr. Carranza. Just a couple of questions. One of them is, do you have a comparative study, for example, that we could see the, pre the pandemic and then now with this particular study? And the reason I'm asking for that is that maybe, Betsy, I don't know if we could tie in the fact that the pandemic continues to create very serious issues for us. And I know that a lot of the funds that came in were sort of looking at what happened there, but so many collateral from the mental health, all the physical health, all the things that happened, what happened to children in their schools. And so I don't know if there's an opportunity to show a significance between the pre and post-pandemic. Are there any studies that we could use to show that?
Actually, that is a great question and comment. Not a community health assessment as such, because we had a lot of years in between one community health assessment and another one. But that's why the reason we took all the secondary data sources, such as the Paso del Norte Health Foundation, which has a lot of very good information in our community pre-pandemic, and how we put all that together. This is going to be the starting point. This is going to be how we're going to be moving past the pandemic. The pandemic helped us visualize and bring up to the surface a lot of the problems that probably we didn't see before, we didn't feel the effects before. But it is extremely true how you say that the pandemic brought all these problems and collaterals to the surface that we need to address, and we need not to forget about those. But I'll look for more information, and I can get back with you.
And the other one, Betsy, I'm wondering, it's such great information. I wish we had had it for strategic planning, because I think what I would like to see if Dr. Madrigal can sort of look at, for example, we know, one of the strongest correlations that we see in the study is a correlation between income and the issues that come with that, of not having a job and not having insurance, of not having accessibility or transportation to be able to get to the doctor. It's just so I think I think it's also to understand what is it that we need to do in terms of job creations and economic development to impact this, this study. And we all knew, the diabetes and just the people that died out of the 3,500 plus that died, the underlying conditions were the costs. And I think 90-something, Dr. Carranza, maybe 95% or something like that. Is it that high of people that died had underlying conditions?
Yes, sir. And that is a staggering number. Mm-hmm. And the vast majority were Hispanics. And even from before the pandemic, we know that Hispanics are the number 2 in the country with diabetes. It is amazing, and I probably have said it before. Here in El Paso, we drive around, and no matter where you look, there's going to be a dialysis center right next in the corner. Mm-hmm. And the vast majority of patients that go to dialysis are diabetics.
Yeah.
How can we help them control that? How can we educate them and let them see that there's even incorporating the culture, because that's very, very important. How can we incorporate our culture, our cooking, our food that we have into healthier habits? And there's many ways. And I tell my patients this, it's like, yes, we love our Mexican food, and our Mexican food is really healthy. We need to look for those ingredients. We need to look for those combination of things that are going to help us prepare better food, more nutritious, going to control our diabetes, are going to help us control the high blood pressure by just using greens and bring them into their table. It is something that I get very happy to see how they do. And every summer they're out in the field working and seeing all that.
I think, well, two prongs that I feel very proud about. I know that Commissioner Stout has worked a lot on the healthy food side to have accessibility, because a lot of it is, that there's places that are not nearby, so you might go to a 7-Eleven to get something for your meal versus vegetables and getting, healthy food close to them. I think our master plan with the parks, which we focus tremendously on the outdoors, and we've always said the first line of protection for health, for the virus, was to be healthy. And so, I know a lot of people bought a lot of bikes and that they might not be using anymore, but the outdoors has become an amazing opportunity for us to do that. And I think our master plan with the trails and all the things that we're doing to get people outdoors. And so that's what I was getting at, is that we have the data, but now the city and the county have to address, what are the programs and support that we give outdoors to be able to address this particular study. I think it's an incredible study. I saw the people that were involved in that, and, just some amazing people that are great in our community that come from clinics and every different dimension. So I think it's a great study, but maybe we could analyze that against our strategic plan, Betsy, and see how we can incorporate.
Judge, I just want to, without seeing the study, you all already had the foresight. You did put this in your strategic plan. So I think you're just already on that track. This was one of the first steps. We wanted to make sure you all had this presentation. One of the next things you've asked us to do is also to work with the hospital district to identify some of these gaps and what services they could offer, or what they're doing to address gaps. One of the other things you all are doing, you saw on one of the earlier slides, that transportation is an issue.
Absolutely.
So you talk about jobs, transportation, that's something else the county is working on with the local government corporation. There's a lot of things underway to help address some of these barriers to healthcare. The next step, Lorena, we're going to be meeting with UMC about this information and what other studies they've done, or the information they have, to bring back that information to the court, so we can start focusing in on what else can the county do to further support, whether it's our economic development incentives, whether it's continuing and I just want to make a mention, this is why it's so critical, our smaller municipalities who are further away from some of the services be a part of that local government corporation.
I think that's a great idea.
But all of those things are for transportation. So all of those things are part of what the court does have us working on, and you'll continue to refine as we get this information.
And the other one, I'm so glad, Dr. Carranza, on the mental health component. For some reason, we all know that it's a crisis, and we know it's coming at us, and we got the numbers to show the high rates of suicides, and the violence and domestic violence have increased. And but I'm glad we have now data to be able to support that we need to begin to look at programs, both, like I've always said, there's two. One is a micro, the actual being able to go to a clinician, be able to go into therapy, that's the micro component. But the macro one, I think, is the one that's going to be better for us because it's overwhelming, and that is the education at a bigger scale, like PSAs, and educating our community on mental health, getting the schools to participate. I've always said over and over, you get 45 minutes of PE, but you don't get 5 minutes of emotional health, and they're not addressing the emotional component of the child. They address the physical part much better. And so I think this, these studies will help us in any approach that we need as a support for that. So, any other, Commissioner Stout, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ocaranza, for the report. One thing that I noticed that I didn't see any mention of is the environment, air quality, and I don't know if that's somehow included in like the social determinants of health category, but did y'all look at anything while you did this study in regards to environment, air quality, and because that seems to me also to be a big something that hugely impacts the health of our community.
Yes, definitely, and that is including the social determinants of health. In the built environment, you have some of the environment, some of the construction, how these housing developments are, where are they located, how they can access other services because of their location. In all those areas that the county is supporting is going to bring tremendous positive impact into ultimately the health and well-being of all those members of the community that are isolated in county areas. That is just amazing, and definitely environment is one of those. There's been scientific studies that look at the association between pollution and respiratory conditions and cardiovascular conditions related also to the air quality. And we include that in the social determinants of health. Before, they didn't have that much attention into those, but now we know that it influences in a very strong way the way that we live, the way that we actually preserve health.
And does that include also, like highways and industry and other things that affect the air quality, for example, or the water?
Exactly. And the sewage, it goes there, and wastewaters, and even trash like tires, like many other pollutants to the ground. So all those things are some of those determinants of health that definitely have an impact in the overall health of the communities.
So for me, I guess the big takeaway is that we need preventive care and more access. But so now that we have this information, now that the city and the health department has this information, what does it intend to do? I mean, I know we at the county, we're kind of on the right track, with some of the policies that we've been working on. But I just wonder what the health department, now that you have this, I mean, is this meant to push the city or the health department or the county to fund certain programs or apply for grants or I don't know, what's next?
It's the end game.
Well, definitely. What's next is our strategic planning. How we're going to be addressing the data that we have now, this assessment that we have, and look for funding opportunities, look for ways that we're going to be expanding our services or bringing the services to where they are needed. One of the biggest things is that we want to make sure that the health department is bringing the services to those in need. Instead of for us to be waiting for the people to come to us, we want to bring those services to them. And yes, we're going to be needing the support of the county, the support from the city, looking for grants, looking for ways that we're going to be able to address those needs. And we had a grant recently that is going to reinforce and strengthen our workforce. It's going to help us make our data collection and analyze the data in a more comprehensive way. That grant came from the CDC. And we're very happy and proud that we're one of the few health departments that were awarded this grant. All the 52 states were awarded money from this grant from the CDC, and there were some other organizations that also received some money in part of this grant that was set aside from ARPA funding and CARES funding as well.
One last question. The community needs a the CNI on slide 7, shows us a map of where there's more need and where there's less. And looks like my district or my precinct is pretty much all in like the 5 range, the darkest red. Do you all have like data that goes down a little bit deeper, like census tract detail, so that we can take that data and correlate it with the social determinants of health we were just talking about?
I will look for the data. I'm going to ask the company to see if they have more of a zip code level of this community needs index. I think it's something already established, and most probably they're going to have more information on that, but I can bring back to you.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
And Betsy, maybe even if you broke it into the 4 precincts, I mean, just each one of the commissioners' area would be very valuable. That way we know where to address.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else?
I think I'm done.
Okay. Well, thank you. Dr.
Thank you,
Carranza, as always, thank you for your commitment, dedication to this, and being part of Commissioners Court. And whatever we could do, I know Betsy will be in direct contact with this study and see how we can continue to strengthen our strategic plan and support that. And hopefully we'll be a great role model for the city to follow.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, commissioners, because you all have been great public health champions, and all the intervention, all the positive steps that you have done are going to help tremendously to preserve health in our community.
And I see that you're outdoors right now, Dr. Carranza.
Yes, I was
Are you
trying to do some
approve
exercise.
a point, or? Thank you.
Now that we have Kastner Range.
Are you at the Kastner Range, or?
I'm trying to get to that point.
Okay, thank you.
Earth Week Quest, so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to our next meeting with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica?
Okay, we'd like to go back to item number 17, discuss and take appropriate action on an appeal hearing for a violation of the county's right-of-way access order at 13600 Chepstow Court.
Mr. Barron, are you on?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay.
Mr. Barron, thank you for being here with us. I don't know if you could hear we read the item in, and were you able to hear that part of it?
You know what, sir? I just logged in. I didn't hear that part, but thank you for taking us this morning, and good morning to everybody.
Good morning. You go ahead and read that again, just so Mr. Barron can hear that.
Yes, sir. Item 17, discuss and take appropriate action on an appeal hearing for a violation of the county's right-of-way access order at 13600 Chepstow Court.
Thank you. And Mr. Gilbert Saldana will be presenting, so he will start at this point. Thank you, Mr. Barron, for being with us.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Judge, Commissioners. Gilbert Solano with Planning and Development Department. This item on the agenda is regarding a right-of-way access order violation, also known as a driveway order, on 13600 Chepstow Court. The property owner disagrees with the department's assessment and has requested this appeals hearing based on the order. Commissioners Court is the appellant body, but I'll touch on that later on in the presentation. Property owner is Mr. Christian Barron. The property is in precinct number 3 in Morningside at Mission Ridge Unit 4 subdivision in the Horizon area. It is just over half a mile south of the Pelicano and Darrington intersection. This is the location map of the property. Please note that the property is a corner lot in the subdivision. Some basic background for this case. The right-of-way access management policy and procedure order was adopted in December 20th, 2021, that required a permit to construct a driveway. One of the authorities in the order allows the county to restrict access if it is a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. This issue was first noticed on February 14th by a county inspector driving in the area and noticed the freshly poured concrete. He continued by performing a field investigation. These are the findings of the investigation. To the right of the slide shows images of the property before and after the construction. It was determined that the driveway was constructed with a permit, which would have not been approved by our department had a property owner sought the permit. The driveway was constructed at the center of the radius of the curb, which is the corner of the street intersection. It is directed into the street intersection and does not comply with the design standards referenced in the order. Since the property is in the city and the city of El Paso extraterritorial jurisdiction, the order indicates it needs to comply with the most stringent of the city or county standards, and it does not comply with either. It was determined that accessing the driveway at the intersection poses a safety issue. The last bullet shows as a quote from the TxDOT Access Management Manual. It is important to note that access management can significantly reduce traffic accidents, personal injury, and property damage. This slide shows the potential conflict points at a T intersection. The image on the left is an aerial image excuse me, of the actual intersection and subject property. The image on the right is a snip from the traffic engineering educational company showing the different types of conflicts in a T intersection. Backing into an intersection with so many conflict points results in a very dangerous situation. This is why driveway standards for the city, county, TxDOT, and numerous other agencies require driveways to be located a certain distance from intersections. Due to the findings, the Planning and Development Department determined that the driveway is in violation of the right-of-way order and issued a notice to abandon the unauthorized point on March 7th. The property owner requested an appeal hearing, and per the order, Commission Court shall hear the appeal in an open meeting, make a determination if a violation exists, and set remediation requirements, if any. Planning and Development recommends property owner to remove the driveway within the county right-of-way and restore it to its original condition. Further, curb restoration method should be approved by the department and require county inspections before and after pouring concrete. The department also recommends waiving any fees if restoration is completed within 45 days of the hearing date. This concludes my presentation and will answer any questions you may have.
Gilbert, what would be the fees at this time?
The fee would have been a $50 fee if the permit would be approved.
Okay. Mr. Baron, you want to go ahead and comment, please?
Yes, sir. Okay, so we have multiple vehicles, and we did get actually hit and damaged. So around the corner, one of our neighbors actually has the exact same driveway, and they have an RV parked there. So we contacted our contractor that has done work for our family and actually has done work in our property inside the city limits. So we contacted him, let him know that we wanted to get a driveway, and he said, okay, and we actually asked him if we need any permits, and he said we do not because we're in the county. So we went ahead and proceeded with the work, taking our contractor's word for that. We were unaware of us having to go ahead and get any permits. There is several residents around our neighborhood and within a 5-mile radius that has the exact same driveway. There's even one in a main street on Mission Ridge and Paseo del Este, and right across the street from it is an actual firehouse. The fire department's right there. You guys are seeing that it is, it could be, a cause of an accident, and we see multiple homes like that. So that's why we're trying to appeal it, because we were unaware. There's multiple homes around the area that have the same type of driveway. There's even some right in busier streets than ours. So how can ours be even more unsafe than one that's in the main street right across the fire station?
Would you like to address that, Gilbert, as
Yes, sir.
some of the other, he's referring to others having similar situation? You wanna
Right,
go
no,
ahead?
and we're sensitive with Mr. Barron having invested in this driveway that he thought was okay to pour. I know that our department is actually investigating some of these, and they're in the findings moment, but, unfortunately, we're addressing Mr. Barron's property at this time, but we will certainly.
First times that it's brought to this, to the Commissioner's Court. Can you guide us a little bit on?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Anna Schumacher, Assistant County Attorney. So essentially, the matter that you all would be considering today is based on the evidence whether you all would make a determination that the violation of the county's right-of-way access order at 13,600 Chespo Court constitutes the existence of a nuisance condition, and then if you also find, you could direct staff to abate the nuisance per the department's recommendation. So you all are essentially weighing the evidence that was presented before you all today, and then you would need to make a determination one way or the other whether a nuisance condition does exist.
Mm-hmm. It just seems to me that it's either is or isn't a violation based on the code. Just a second, let's see.
While they're discussing some of those things.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Yes, sir.
Gilbert and Mr. Barron, I live in a neighborhood that has community mailboxes, and sometimes I'll see a car parked the wrong way picking up their mail, and usually it's not a big deal. Excuse me, but in order for that car to pick up its mail, he had to go against traffic to get there. And when they depart the mailboxes, they go against traffic. And it's really not a big deal, but there have been accidents that are caused because of those violations. And I can see why Mr. Barron would like to build that, and I like the plan. But if you step back and look at the big picture, you really see that it is a dangerous situation in entering and exiting that driveway.
From a safety perspective.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what does a huddle up. Betsy, you want to tell us what's happening?
Yes, sir. I do know that this is in Commissioner Olguin's precinct, and I was checking what the rules are as far as the hearing. I know we had to have a hearing within 60 days. I don't know if the court, having heard this information today, has to make a decision today, or if you would want to think about it and make a decision at a later date. I was looking to see if that was possible. Like if you all needed a week, and then also to allow Commissioner Olguin to be part of the action on the decision.
I think it would be professional courtesy to have Commissioner Olguin, since it's her precinct, and also, Anna, also, like, what's her flexibility is? I know you discussed it, but like I said, it's either is or isn't a violation, but does it give us the flexibility to create a variance, or?
I believe that you all could give direction in terms of what some of the abatement actions could be, Judge. I think to Ms. Keller's point, the order itself does not specify a timeline. It just says in conducting a hearing under this order, you all would make a determination. So I think that you all could replace the item on the agenda and then make a decision at that point. But yes, I believe that you all do have some flexibility because it's not specifically stated in terms of how that that nuisance is abated. You just have to make a determination one way or the other first.
Mr. Barron, I would like to suggest that we do postpone it so that we can have your commissioner at your precinct be able to look at this as well. And I think it'll be better all the way around because you know, she'll be able to look at the big picture and see, you know, what flexibility there is. Or so I would like to recommend at this time that we do postpone the item and have Commissioner Holguin be present when we address it the next time.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner Coronado?
I just have a couple concerns. One, I don't know about agreeing with a variance because that can put us in a situation the county attorney's office can discuss this with us, might put us in a liability situation with respect to accidents that happen, number one. Number two, I don't mind resetting this, but what I'd like to know if it's currently being used or not, because I'd rather it not be used until we make a decision on this hearing. Is it temporarily blocked off so that they can't use it?
It was, but can you tell us, Gilbert, if?
No, I think it's not blocked off. It was, I guess the notice was provided to Mr. Barron about not utilizing the driveway, but it's not physically blocked off at this point.
Can you tell us whether we have the ability to ask that it be blocked until we determine it?
Thank you, Judge, for the question. I'll actually refer to Mr. Arellano, who is the attorney for this particular department.
Good morning, County
morning.
Judge, Commissioners. Stephen Adiano, Assistant County Attorney. If you give me just one moment. So the question is whether you all have the authority in this hearing to request that the driveway be blocked off temporarily while
And for the reason that Commissioner Coronado expressed, that if we have a little liability situation, if there's an accident between now and we hear it, you know, how liable are we in that situation? Which I think was a very good observation.
And as to the question of liability, as you all are generally aware, and I guess I won't go into too much detail here, but the county generally enjoys some protection from liability. However, there is some concern here that we are potentially letting a known unsafe condition exist and whether that might cause problems for us down the line. Frankly, that's sort of the purpose of this hearing, is for the court to determine if this is an unsafe situation or not. To answer you, there's not a clear answer in the rules as they exist, whether you can do a temporary hold on it while pending your final decision. Just by the nature of the way the rules are written, it kind of contemplates a hearing and an immediate decision. I don't think it's required, to be clear. If you all want to wait to gather more information, to have the rest of the court present, I think that that is appropriate and within your ability. I don't know that you can mandate that the driveway not be used. I think you can request, but until you make a finding that it is an unsafe access of our county right-of-way, I don't know that abatement procedures would be appropriate. And in this case, abatement would be, you know, installing cones or something blocking the use of that driveway even on a temporary basis.
Well, I guess a question to you, Mr. Barron, would like to request that it's not used until we make that determination? Would that be something that you would be you're willing to accept that request?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do we need anything further other than his word of that he's willing not to utilize the driveway at this time? I mean, it's on record, and so I think that'll help us.
Thank you, Judge. Or Mr. Coronado, did you have, Commissioner Coronado?
Judge, not just that it not be used, but that he agreed to block it off in the meantime, because if that's not an agreement, I think under the rules of or rather the laws, I understand it with respect to liability for the county, we do have some, way that we can avoid liability, but because this is a policy issue and it's a law, if we don't do something about it, I think we could be subject to liability. This isn't something where we don't do anything, whatever. This is a policy issue. And I think we would be liable.
I
So,
think Steve was saying that we're not able to utilize that, I mean, to do that on our behalf.
So I think, to the court, if the homeowner agrees at this point to allow a temporary block, I would defer to the Planning and Development Committee, or Department, excuse me, but I think the county could go out and put out some temporary barriers, whether they be cones or barrels, sort of marking off that this driveway is not to be used on a temporary basis, and then, depending on the court's ultimate determination, we would explore more permanent abatement options, or we would remove the cones, depending on what the court decides.
Judge, and one other thing, those other properties that Mr. Barron is mentioning of, obviously, before you can, but by the next time we have the hearing, would you be able to determine and whether the new regulation, did it grandfather previous already existing driveways that were not in conformity, or is it just subsequently after the regulation in 21 came in effect?
Right, I think these driveway subdivision design standards had existed for many years, I guess. So I think this order was fairly recent. It solidified a lot of the permitting process, I guess. So technically, there was not a fee and a permit process that existed before this order was adopted. However, those standards did exist.
Did exist before?
Yes,
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right.
Okay, so just your recommendation again, Steve, just to make sure that,
Sure. With regards to any kind of temporary blockage, I guess it would be to ask the homeowner if they're willing to allow the Planning and Development or Public Works Department to place some temporary barriers at the driveway until the court makes their final determination on whether a nuisance exists in this
I think
matter.
that satisfies, right, Anna?
Yes, sir, I think that would be fine, and then we could postpone the item until the next Commissioners' Court meeting.
Okay. Well, Mr. Barron, we thank you, first of all, for your time and consideration, and thank you for working with us, and we'll try to get this quickly on the next agenda and address it so that you'll know the determination that we've made. Pardon me?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
May 1st is the
Oh,
next
May
meeting.
1st, Mr. Barron.
May 1st.
Uh-huh. Thank you so
Sounds
much.
good.
Appreciate your time and your patience on this. Thank you.
We appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, guys.
Thank you. Likewise.
Thank you.
We'll take no action for item 17, and we will place it on the May 1st meeting. Item number 11, receive a presentation from the El Paso County Housing Authority.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, County Commissioners. Thank you for having us here today to present our quarterly report. Before we get started, I just want to do some quick introductions of individuals who's going to help us facilitate the information today. Virtually online, we have a few guests. One is Kyle Jean. He is the Managing Director of Bedford Lending Corporation. They're based out of Londonderry, New Hampshire.
Welcome, Kyle.
We also have Nathan Bundar. He's the RAD consultant. He's from Lightech Development Group LLC, and they're based out of Lyndhurst, New Jersey.
Thank you, Nathan.
And from the offices of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, we have Julian Barrella. He is the Deputy Director of the Hudfield office in Albuquerque.
Julian, welcome.
And in person, we have Sandy Ascona. She's a Board of Commissioner that will facilitate just one item regarding homeownership. And we also have our Board Chairman, Ralph Carrasco, that wants to start off with a few words.
Welcome, Ralph. Thank you.
Nice seeing you all again. County Judge, Commissioners, it's always a privilege to be before you all. So first and foremost, I just want to thank you all for your trust in granting us a stewardship to serve on the EPSHA board. It's an honor for you to trust us with that stewardship. Now, it is a privilege of mine to serve as a chairman. It's been a couple years. I've been learning a lot, but it's truly a very a work that I'm proud of because as chairman, I do want to recognize certainly the work, the effort of my fellow board members. It's been very positive overall, the time that I've been there. Also, it's not serving on the board. It's not a blind effort when it comes to just looking at and making decisions as a board. It's more than that. It makes it easier when you see the staff and the leadership of Mr. Hernandez. Over the last maybe 3-4 years, there's been a lot of positive growth. We're on the verge of new opportunities. So it's a very exciting time to serve on the board. And again, under Mr. Hernandez's leadership and his staff, it makes it easier to serve on such a board. So again, I know you all will hear shortly of all the big plans that are ahead. But I just wanted to thank you all for your trust in us, and also to just alert you that good things are coming.
Good.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service.
Yes, sir. Thank
Appreciate it.
So, Judge and Commissioners, Miguel Hernandez, Executive Director, El Paso County Housing Authority. In our presentation today, there are a few things that I want to update the court today. One is a summary of the rental assistance demonstration known as RAD, a summary of projects that will start this year once RAD conversion is completed, a summary of the capital projects we've completed in these past 14 months, also inform you on housing funds that we were awarded to implement a new voucher program, also our home ownership initiatives, and our plans to obtain HUD Counseling Agency designation. So this slide here provides a summary of the rental assistance demonstration for those that may be watching that are not familiar with the program. But in short, for several years now, HUD has not been able to supply enough funds to cover maintenance to their public housing units nationwide. So to address this issue, HUD created the RAD program that would transfer ownership of the properties to the Housing Authority, and that would place the authority in a position to leverage both public and private funds and make the necessary renovations and cover long-term maintenance. Now, once the Housing Authority submits its application to HUD and completes all requirements, then HUD will approve the conversion, which will stop the public housing program and enter into a new agreement with the Housing Authority as the new owner and change into a Section 8 platform. Now, converting to the Section 8 platform is very significant because under the public housing program, HUD does not provide funds to cover the remaining part of the rent after the family pays their portion. And I want to give an example here. If we have a public housing family that lives in a 2-bedroom unit in Favens, and the unit is $750 in rent, and the family's portion is just $50, under public housing, that is the only thing that the Housing Authority collects. But under this new agreement and this conversion, the HUD will subsidize the difference. So that $700 will be coming in our way. It's significant also because when we're doing our projections here, that means that the public housing budget that we have will increase by over 600%. That's significant, and I'll give you the dollar amount. On average right now, just on those 80 units under the public housing program, we collect on average $14,000 a month. After the conversion and we do the Section 8 platform, we're looking at approximately $111,000 on average per month. So, but other than that, everything else will stay the same. That's something that we have been communicating with our residents. We do require to have resident meetings. We have another one that's coming up. And they're aware that they're still protected under the program. Their portion of the rent doesn't change. It's still 30% of their adjusted income. And the ongoing public stewardship does not change either. But I have had the opportunity to meet with various members of the court, And one of the common questions that we have received is, well, why is it taking so long, Miguel? You guys have applied for this. What's the progress? And unfortunately, and I express your concern on this, it's just that if HUD is going to release ownership of these properties, they do require for the Housing Authority to do a lot of steps. And I wanted to summarize those steps here in this slide, steps 1 through 6. And we were given notice by HUD in advance that these projects is not 1 to 2 months, it could take up to 18 months. And if the Housing Authority runs into any type of roadblocks, then the Housing Authority is allowed to apply for an extension. So far, we have not needed to do that, but I do want to give you the timelines. The first step is for the Housing Authority to read the RAD requirements, and if they meet it, they submit the application. That application was submitted summer of 2021. Step 2 is that the Housing Authority, the HUD receives our application. They do review our application and review that we meet the requirements. And if we do, they issue an initial approval that they call commitment to enter into a housing assistance payment. In short, they call it CHAP. We did receive the CHAP in the fall of 2021. From there, a team is assembled because the Housing Authority is not allowed to do all the requirements on their own. We have to identify a lender. The bank that we're going with is Bedford Lending, which we have Kyle online that will share a few comments regarding our process here. And we do have a RAD consultant, and HUD also appoints a RAD contact that we work with along with support from the local HUD field office. Now, to give you also more information about all the things that we had to do through 2022, some of the items that we saw on the checklist, the Housing Authority has to have several assessments, several inspections, and I'll give you some examples. The physical condition assessment, HUD wants to receive a report that says, what is the condition of the Housing Authority, those units, what needs to be repaired now. That report also includes repairs that they foresee needs to be done within the next 20 years. In addition, they want us to conduct a lead-based paint assessment. They also want us to do radon testing. They also expect us to do an ADA property assessment. It's a compliance report there. And there's several certifications. Now, all of these services need to be done by an inspector or a contractor that has the license to conduct these assessments. And HUD does not allow the Housing Authority to procure the contractor or services. HUD requires that the lender, the bank that we're going with, they are the ones that procure the services. And so Bedford Lending, our main contact, Kyle and his staff, they have been very tremendous in coordinating with us. Unfortunately, we always try to go local, but there are a lot of circumstances where there's not a local contractor or inspector that has these licenses. So they had to procure someone from outside of El Paso, scheduled for them to fly them in. And a lot of these inspections or certifications are not done in one day. Some of them will last a week or two, and then they have to come back to collect the data. And a lot of these steps are contingent on one another. So we've been pleased with the work. A lot of these items, once we collected, we're in steps 3 to 4, transitioning to 4 right now. We're getting ready to submit our concept call. The items that we collected will help us with doing our projection and completing a financial plan. HUD wants to know, okay, now that we have all this data that we can verify through these inspections and reports, what is the Housing Authority going to do? How are they going to finance these projects? And what are their plans to maintain the properties long-term? And to help us summarize the remaining part of the steps, I want to turn it over to Nathan, our RAD consultant, and bounce back and forth with Kyle. I just want to mention that they're working with us to be able to fund the loan once this conversion is complete. And we're looking at approximately a little over $7 million that we're going to receive in this loan. And I'm hoping that either Kyle or Nathan can mention that the County Housing Authority is in a very unique situation because the Housing Authority, being relatively young compared to other housing authorities nationwide, our properties are not in bad shape. So the renovations that are needed in this first phase that we'll do post-RAD is not going to take the entire $7 million. But I'm also hoping that they could also share with you their observation. They have several clients that work with a lot of other housing authorities nationwide. So with that, I would like to just give it over to Nathan and Kyle.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Miguel.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. This is Kyle Jean from Bedford Lending. I'm a director at the company. We are a licensed mortgagee, so we are licensed by the federal government to provide funding to nonprofits and housing authorities like Miguel's organization. I think to take a step back, I would echo what Miguel has said, that yes, El Paso County Housing Authority is small in terms of personnel, but what they are accomplishing currently and what their goals are over the next 2 to 3 years is pretty impressive. We work with a lot of housing authorities that have much more manpower, 5 to 10 times the size, and the scope of work that is being done at the projects, the recapitalization of the projects, the protections to the existing tenants that are already there, the goals for additional development and units after this transaction is situated is actually quite unique and quite impressive. And I can tell you that for what it's worth, they have been incredibly responsive throughout the process, very easy to work with, a pleasure. And where we are at now in terms of timing is we are submitting the application to HUD. We will be going towards loan closing, and the funding of the repairs, the improvements to the property that are existing will be started this summer. So we're not in some sort of hypothetical stage where we're not sure when things will commence, or we're 12 months out, 18 months out. All the due diligence that's required has been completed. The forms have been completed. There are a variety of attorneys and counsel that are already involved drafting documents. So we anticipate that this conversion and transaction will be completed very rapidly. And also for the comfort of all parties, this RAD process that's the authority is going through, in addition to protecting the tenants, this is a time-tested and well-utilized program. There are tens of thousands of units that have converted under this program. El Paso County is not a guinea pig. This is not any sort of experimental thing that puts the authority at risk. Really, if you think about it, what's somewhat unique is that the housing authority and the tenants are getting a long-term guaranteed contract to subsidize the rents, and the debt that they are pursuing, the loan that we will provide, is also government guaranteed. So it's very, very little risk to all parties. And the government guaranteed loan allows the authority to complete as many repairs as possible, basically allows them to maximize the amount of money that's anticipated as part of this conversion process. So I know that there has been some question about timing and whatnot, but I would just like to emphasize that based upon all the transactions we're working on all over the country, the timing has been relatively expedited, and that we are at the end of the process and everything is going very smoothly at this time.
Thank you, Kyle. Miguel?
Yeah, Nathan, I don't know if you want to give, there were some talking points that I think you wanted to share.
He was muted, but.
Oh, Nathan, you may be muted.
Sorry, I was muted. I apologize.
Thank you, Nathan. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having us. I just want to echo what Miguel and Kyle have stated. Things are moving along nicely. It's a complex, comprehensive process to get the Housing Authority through this, but we see the finish line in sight. We're hopefully just about there. There's just a lot of things that get into the process of getting the Housing Authority to that finish line. I'd like to also thank Mr. Julian Barella, who's on the call with us as well. I know the commissioners may not appreciate this, but he's running a big field office and handling public housing, and for him to take the time today, very much appreciated. And I'm sure he'll be able to answer any specific questions on the HUD angle. But just to pretty much echo what Miguel and Kyle had stated, This program is a phenomenal program. It's been, used nationwide by many housing authorities, and HUD at this point is encouraging housing authorities to participate, knowing that HUD doesn't have enough money to make the necessary capital improvements or provide that money for the housing authorities. So just to, emphasize a little bit what Miguel had said, these programs are now, so basically what's going on is that the housing authority is switching from the Section 9 public housing platform to the Section 8 platform. The way the housing authority is set up right now, the housing authority gets a capital and an operating allotment each year, which is set by HUD depending on the budget. And I'm sure all the members know what it's like getting a budget together and issuing that funds and everybody competing for them. And it's a challenge. It's a big challenge for an executive director not knowing what that funding is going to be each year and trying to plan, their capital improvements. So what this program allows the housing authority to do is to enter into a 20-year contract with HUD, where the housing authority is now going to have a steady stream of funds, so that now the housing authority can plan for its capital improvements to ensure that the housing authority remains in tip-top shape. But more importantly, and somewhat, what HUD is looking at is the way the housing authority is set up right now. The housing authority is encumbered by HUD. They have a lien on the property. The housing authority is not able to use its funds for any non-housing authority purposes, and more so, I like to use the analogy, the housing authority was unable to place any liens on its property. So it's almost like telling somebody who owns a home that you're not able to get a mortgage, you have to pay cash. And that's what HUD has on the property. So now, by the housing authority participating in this program, and I know what the commissioners are looking to, it gives the housing authority the opportunity to further grow the housing authority as almost a nonprofit arm of the housing authority to continue to grow. So this whole loan process that we're going through and this whole change is something that's new to the housing authority. It's something that the housing authority would not be able to do currently. And by participating in this program, we're able to partner with lenders such as Bedford Lending to provide that for the housing authority. So on the one hand, this is giving Miguel and staff the opportunity to grow the housing authority, to fix the properties, to make sure they're in tip-top shape. But more importantly, it's now giving the housing authority the leverage to now go out and tap the private markets, get a loan, get tax credits, to be able to use those funds to really grow the community. And I think, if Julian wants to, add to what I'm saying, but I think HUD's kind of looking at this opportunity as telling the housing authorities, listen, we just don't have the money to sustain you going forward. So we're going to give you higher rental income, so on a monthly basis, and we're also going to allow you to use that accelerated income to be able to take out a loan, to be able to fix what needs to be done, but not only that, to be able to now take this opportunity as a transition to the Section 8 Housing Authority to be able to grow the housing authority, to build more units, to develop in the community, to partner with the county. And the opportunities are unlimited. One other thing that I just wanted to add, quickly, and something with the process, and just to show you what kind of housing authority we're working with. As far as we know, and from what I've heard from HUD officials, so the El Paso County Housing Authority is participating in what's called the RAD Section 18 Small PHA Blend. I don't want to keep the board here all day with all the specific details, and I'm more than happy to. But make a long story short, this program allows the housing authority to convert to a voucher program. However, the rules specifically state that any housing authority that has less than 250 vouchers must partner with another agency. Now, this is something that had not been tried, and as far as I know, the El Paso County Housing Authority was a trendsetter in that we had applied to HUD, took a little bit of time, but based on the track record of the Housing Authority and how they have operated and how they run their voucher program, HUD saw fit to allow the Housing Authority to administer their own vouchers. And this is not a small feat to have a housing authority that has consistently earned high scoring, high ranking by HUD to be eligible to do that. Was a process. Going through that waiver process was phenomenal, and clearly shows the strengths of the housing authority. Just to add as well, I know Kyle has said that we do work with many housing authorities throughout the country. We see the properties. We see the finances. I mean, the housing authority is run tip-top. The finances are phenomenal. They're only getting better. And this process is kind of taking the training wheels off the housing authority, that there's going to be less string pulling from HUD, and it's going to be more on the housing authority to now thrive. And, based on the finances, based on the level of repairs, the upkeep of the properties, we're fully confident that this housing authority is going to completely thrive going forward.
And well, thank you, Nathan. And Mr. Barela, we're very honored that we have a HUD official here. I mean, I know the times, your restrictions and time and everything, so we're very appreciative and we feel very comfortable having you here as well. So would you like to comment, Mr. Barela?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you, Miguel, for the invitation to participate. As mentioned, and Miguel covered a lot of this, and then Kyle and Nathan as well had gone over some of the basics and opportunities that are available in the RAD program. So the RAD program is a tool, one of HUD's tools that they created to help housing authorities build and develop affordable housing. It puts them in a position to be a more successful developer, housing authority overall. It gives them that arm, that nonprofit to let them do that. As Nathan mentioned, I always use the example, it's kind of like going from a sole proprietorship to an incorporation or to an LLC. As a sole proprietorship, you can only do so many things, but you have to, in order to grow, you do have to create a nonprofit and restructure your organization to do this. And that's all the process that they're currently doing right now. It is a team effort. HUD does provide a transaction manager and a closing manager as they get closer to the closing portion of this. Miguel also obviously procured a lender, Bedford Lending, and a developer, Nathan, as well, along with many other partners. It is a perfect time to develop. There is a need, and there is a supply. There is a need for supply as well. So development's not an overnight process. It will take some time, and there may be some challenges along the way. But I'm glad to see El Paso County Housing Authority is ready. They have a great staff, strong team. I believe they'll be successful in this. Again, thank you. Appreciate your invitation. Looking forward to the progress.
Well, thank you. We really appreciate your insight on this. Thank you. Miguel, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. If I could have the presentation up again. And that's all we have as an update with our RAD project, Judge. As you heard Kyle earlier, our ETA, our estimated time that we will have this completed will be by this summer. And but although we've been working on all the tasks required to do the RAD conversion, we've still been busy in maintaining and ensuring that the tenants has a good unit, that they're living in a healthy and safe unit. We've noticed that some of the appliances are getting older, and so since 2022 through February of this year, we've implemented some projects. We needed to purchase and install new refrigerators, new cooking stoves, new water heaters. This is 2 properties, 40 apartments in each, a total of 80. We try to maximize the dollars as much as we can. We're given limited funds for the purchase of these items, and we have our own maintenance team and that we utilize in-house to save on installation and contractor fees. In addition, we did hear and speak with our residents, those that reside in the Rogelio Sanchez apartments. They were concerned about security and safety. We do have a resident advisory board, and one of the requests this year is for us to reinforce a rock wall that protects access from an empty lot behind that has access to the parking and vehicles. And so we did that project also this year. Now, as Kyle and Nathan mentioned, once we complete RAD, there are other projects that we're going to do. And so in part of our quarterly report, we provided the court a list of projects that we will do. We did have to go through a bidding process, and that's where Bedford Lending, the bank, helped us with the bidding process. I'm proud to say that The contractors that were selected for these projects are from El Paso. And as you see to the left are the projects that we will start this summer, is in green for Miki Solis, and on the right side, we have Rogelio Sanchez Apartments. And what you're seeing is that based on the assessments and reports, we identified what shows as priority. So we are going to renovate the kitchens. We do have to do some concrete repairs, and that's due to the ADA assessments that we got back. We are going to replace the entry doors, the doors and the door frames. We're going to replace the forced air furnace, also do some asphalt repairs, and replace all the windows. That's the same that you see also on Rogelio Sanchez. The only thing is that Rogelio Sanchez needs to have their roof completely replaced, and we have a total of 20 buildings in that property, and so all 20 buildings will have that roof replaced. Our next phase, and why we're doing a lot of focus on the doors and the windows here, is we need to prepare the unit to be converted into refrigerated air. Right now, as the humidity levels continue to rise, if it rains in the summertime, the swamp coolers that we have, even though they're master cools, does not cool as much. But in order to convert into refrigerated air, the unit must be prepared for a refrigerated air system. And so our plans is after this year, by next year, we'll be able to do that conversion. So we'll have a system where the families can now no longer rely on us to turn on the heat or the cooling. They'll have the system for that. And all we have to now do is just regularly replace the filter for that system. Now, also another thing that we're going to be doing is a construction of a 6-unit due to a property that we have. It's also in Fabens. It's located on Facet Street. It's a corner lot. With this conversion now, we have the capability of financing and taking care of this project. It's part of our Scattered Sites initiative. So this is one property that was given to us. We have an agreement with the bank that through their Community Reinvestment Act initiatives, they're going to continue to donate properties to us. So this is the first one that we will be doing. We've, based on our assessment, that community has an elderly community. So the first 3 units on the first floor will be made specifically for tenants that are elderly and or disabled. And regular 3 units that you see on this concept will be just for regular tenants. This concept is the second floor, but we also have on this other slide a concept showing the Facet Street view. And this last concept you see here is the view on 2nd Street elevation. It will provide, it's big enough to provide parking space. It does have an alley in the back, but we're happy that we've had this piece of land for quite a while, and that we're finally going to be able to make use of that. Moving on to a new voucher funding program that we got this past year. It's called the Foster Youth Initiative. This voucher program is specific to children that are aging out of foster care. There is a need for the county area. We applied and we got selected. The eligibility for this program requires that the youth is reaching 18. They could already have transitioned out of foster care, but as long as they're not over the age of 24, they still qualify. And the really neat thing is that this program requires that we have an agreement, a partnership with the Department of Health and Human Services, and they have a referral system. They will be providing the case management for this program. So we know that with the partnership that we have with the Health and Human Services Department, the County Housing Authority providing the voucher, will be providing the youth from the foster system to reach self-sufficiency eventually. Based on the studies that we have seen here, a lot of them take advantage of getting these rent subsidized so that they can focus on going to college and getting an education and eventually, getting employment down the line. What we were awarded has been approximately about $200,000. It's for 25 vouchers. Under this program, we were informed that as soon as we utilize the 25 vouchers, we're issued an additional 25. And the next slide is concerning our home ownership initiatives, but we do have Sandy Escona that's going to share a few words first.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sandy Escona. I'm a board member of the County Housing Authority and the mortgage manager for Rise Federal Credit Union. The homeownership program is important for the future of our residents. It is a tool to assist our tenants to transition out of government housing and into their own homes. Our focus as a board is to assist the County Housing Authority to pass policy that will assist in this initiative and ensure that the budget is available to sustain a stable and long-term housing program. Development of the home ownership program will help us bridge the home ownership gap that is currently in place in the El Paso County. It will identify the needs of the community from financial literacy, credit awareness, knowledge of the loan and real estate process, loan programs, and additional resources to include post-home owner responsibilities. An example of a recent finding that the Housing Authority identified is the HUD counseling. Currently, there are only 2 organizations within the county that provide HUD ownership counseling in the El Paso area. The need for this HUD program created an opportunity for the staff to become certified and provide this resource to the county, as these other 2 entities are within the city limits. The success of the home ownership program will be achieved through building relationships with local, state, and federal entities, both profit and nonprofit. I feel the work that the staff at the El Paso County Housing Authority, what they've accomplished is leading the county closer to assist low-income residents into home ownership. I thank you for your time, and Mr. Hernandez will fill you in on some other
Betsy,
issues.
Sandy's my appointment as a commissioner, and we had a discussion, and I did connect him with Joel. I think there's a couple of the foster program I think would be very essential to what we're trying to do and prevent anyone from, if we know that they're homeless, the chances are greater that they end up in our justice system. So that was one of them, and then obviously this program here as well as, which we very well know that what we would like to see is not someone living in the housing authority all their lives and then following the next generation. So home ownership is a huge part of that. So I know that Sandy will be contacting Joel and talking about these 2 programs.
Excellent. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Sandy.
So, Judge and Commissioners, we want to give you an overview of our first program that we're going to implement supporting our homeownership initiatives, and that's the Housing Choice Voucher Homeownership Program. And HUD allows, at the Housing Authority's discretion, to allocate vouchers to this program. And it works very similar, but instead of the voucher subsidizing the rent, where a family rents in the private sector, the Housing Authority will prepare the family through our Family Services Department and help them get qualified for a home loan. The Housing Authority does need to have a partnership with a real estate department, a realtor, and work with various lenders to have them understand that the mortgage will be paid by 2 parties. A portion will be paid by the homeowner, which is our client, and the other portion through the voucher. And so we're very excited about that. And today I just wanted to also introduce Alex Martinez. He's going to be joining EPSHA very soon. He's going to help us with the real estate and homeownership department. But with the additional funds that we're going to be getting, we will finally be able to create a team that will focus on development and acquisition of affordable housing. So we're very excited about that. We're drafting a budget for the board to approve. And we're hoping that once that is approved, we can come back to the Commissioner's Court and provide you an update on the increase of staff, the departments, and how those departments and staff will help us with our housing initiative. Homeownership is but a component of our long-term plans. Our plan is still to grow affordable housing units in the county wherever it's needed. But we want to make sure that we have a balance to help families, low-income families, transition out of government housing and into their own home. And lastly, Judge and Commissioners, our goal to become a HUD counseling agency. To get this done, two things need to happen. Our family self-sufficiency staff need to get certified to be HUD counseling agents. And then getting the agency designated as a HUD counseling agency is also a separate process. We do need to apply and go through a few steps. But like our Board of Commissioners, Sandy Escona mentioned, there's only 2 approved HUD counseling agencies in El Paso, and that's Project Bravo and GECU. And getting this designation would just help the accessibility of having a HUD counseling agency in the county community, such as Fabens, the surrounding communities, and then those that we serve on the west part of location like Canutillo, Westway, and Vinton. And with that concludes our report. Judge and Commissioners, is there any questions?
No, we thank you, and I know it's overdue. We wanted to see the progress, and as you know, we have been wanting to understand any delays, and I think that you've done a great job of explaining why and where we are at this point in time. Is Priscilla still here? Just want to recognize. Hi, Priscilla. Priscilla Mata is the attorney for the board there, and I don't know if you have any comments, but I have a tremendous trust in your views. If you want to add any additional comments.
And forgive me, Judge, I just popped a Halls in my mouth coming off an illness, but thank you for having us, Judge and Commissioners, this morning. Priscilla Mata, I'm outside counsel for the El Paso County Housing Authority. This housing authority was my very first client when I started at Blanco Ordóñez, Mata and Wexler. And I'm very proud to continue to provide my services and my representation to this organization. It means something to me. I also represent school districts, and I find that the most meaningful clients are the ones that give back and really address community needs. I grew up in El Paso. I'm a first-generation American, and so I'm very proud of people like Miguel, our commissioners that are here, his staff, because they're doers. They get things done, but they do it with integrity, and they do it with people in mind, first and foremost. And the fact that I'm still here and I'm still useful to them, I'm thankful, and I'm very thankful for what you all provide in terms of your support to the El Paso County Housing Authority. So thank you again.
Well, thank you, and I've had the direct opportunity to work with Priscilla, and you're quite an asset for what you do there. So we thank you for your work.
Judge, if I may just add one small update regarding the tax credit topics. We are going to submit an application this year. We are in the preliminary portion to identify the project location. I want to thank Commissioner Sergio Coronado. He will be attending a meeting with me and Congresswoman Escobar in May for us to assess. We feel that there is a good project locations in their jurisdiction, in their district. Mm-hmm. And so that meeting will be to discuss those projects, have some sort of feedback back and forth, and identify where we should be able to start. We're hoping that after that, Judge, we can come back. Definitely, we have to keep the court in the loop, but we will have more information after the upcoming meetings.
Well, we've been wanting that part of the world to receive some of those benefits, and I think you're going to be at quite an advantage of having Commissioner Coronado. But go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, not also that, but I think we also have other needs like Montana Vista and other areas in the outlying counties that we need to address. And like you mentioned, Westway, Vinton, and Canutillo really do have a lot of need in that, in the outlying areas. And I just want to, the briefing that I got from Miguel and his staff and, their, Ms. Mata for their counsel of what they've accomplished over these last several years is just really incredible. I think we have a great organization now that will let you be able to leverage some of the assets that we're going to be able to take on and make sure that we develop a really strong presence for low housing and all the other programs that go along with it. And I'm glad to see that they're doing the foster program for the youth coming out of foster programs. And, anything that we address to make sure that we allow these individuals, as we noticed from Dr. Ocaranzas, a lot of these issues that impact on mental health really coincide with a lot of these other issues as to why that's happening. And one of those is interruption in services, education, obviously access to healthcare is a big issue. And so all of these are really interconnected. And the bottom line of this is people are low income and disadvantaged members of our community. The other thing I wanted to point out is that there is a couple, there's a House bill and a Senate bill pending in the legislature now regarding the operation of the city El Paso Housing Authority. I don't know if it's germane to discuss in this agenda item, or we can put it on a future agenda item.
Yeah, I think the scope is limited to what we're talking about today. Anna?
Anna Schumacher, Assistant County Attorney. We probably should stick to the topic today. We could address it to a very minor degree, but we have the legislative items that we generally discuss with Ms. Tamayo on Mondays. But if you wanted to very briefly discuss, the item just says receive a presentation from the El Paso County Housing Authority.
Yeah, I just know that there's a bill pending in the Senate and one in the House by our representatives, Representative Moody and Senator Blanco. It's regarding the operation of the City Housing Authority in the county. And I was not aware, but there was a previous law put into place regarding operation of that in the county. And I really don't know the extent of what this particular new bill does to that. I know the county attorneys has had a summary of it, but I would like to be able to discuss it further at the next meeting.
We will have it on, Commissioner, for the next meeting. We are tracking it. We are clarifying what it is. And if you go back to the original code that it's referencing to amend, it's not an extension, it's not removing any authority. Just quickly, it's not removing any authority from Commissioner's Court that you currently have as far as like expansion into the county, but it is limiting in another way, but we're analyzing whether that limit is already something that's statutorily prohibited. We'll have it on for May 1st.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Good insight to that.
Thank you for the presentation. I look forward to making sure that we expand these housing services to all the members of all areas of our community.
And I guess we'll read item 12, right, as related to it, Betsy, as related to item 11.
I just saw Alicia get on. I don't know if she has something to add to
Okay. We're okay with going into that discussion?
I think Mr. Mayo could briefly address Commissioner Coronado's
Okay.
question.
Thank you. Elisa, did you have any additional comments?
No, I guess we'll discuss it in the May 1st meeting. We are trying to schedule a meeting with Representative Moody's office, Senator Blanco, and the representatives from HOME or HACIP to make sure that this asset commission that this bill is trying to create, how that would affect the county. So if we could, if it supersedes the interlocal agreement or if it doesn't, I think that's the biggest question that we have as the language is written right now.
Well,
but I will make sure to bring in the update to the court on the May 1st meeting.
Well, we knew you'd be on top of it, Elisa, so.
It's already been passed out of the House committee. The House bill has been passed out of the House, and it's in the Senate bill, I think, was left pending in the Senate committee.
It has been left pending, yeah, in the local government committee. It has not been voted out yet. And Representative Moody said it's not going to be set for a calendar until we meet with representatives from HOME or HACIP, and we can all agree on the language, because both bills have slightly different language. One of them, the House version, does allow the commissioners to vote and approve this asset commission. The Senate version doesn't include that portion. The language is not there, so the Commissioners Court would not be able to vote on this asset commission, and we don't know exactly what kind of authority the asset commission would have.
So that was one
within
of
the
my
county.
concerns, that
Absolutely. Okay, well, thank you, Alicia. And now
Thank you.
would you go ahead and read item 12?
Item number 12, we do have a correction to read in as well. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign a letter of support to the Department of Housing and Urban Development regarding implementation of the Rental Assistance Demonstration, Section 18, Small PHA Program, opinion number 1503.
Any comments on that? So I'll move to approve.
A second.
Commissioner Holguin is absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you,
Again, you and your
Commissioners.
team, Ralph, everybody else who was here today, we really appreciate that you participated and were part of this process. We thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Judge.
Thank you. Priscilla, everybody else. Mr. Reyes, thank you.
Item number 13, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 114.023.
Mr. Alame, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. Thank you for being here with us today. Another great person to have in our Commissioners Court. Thank you, Mr. Alame. Thank you.
All right, item number 13, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026. Please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended March 31st, 2023. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/publications/monthly-reports.htm.
Good morning.
Welcome, Edward. Welcome.
Thank you, Edward Dion, County Auditor. This is the unaudited interim financial report for the month of March, fiscal month 06. Next slide, please. The executive financial summary is the summary of all funds for the current year, including revenues and expenditures for life-to-date funds. Next slide, please. This is the condensed financial report for March 31st, 2023. Basically, it shows budgeted funds, fund balance, revised budget, expenditures, encumbrances, and then the available budget balances for budgeted funds and the multi-year funds. Next slide, please. Summary of revenues by fund type for month 06. The revenues collected are broken down by fund type, and for the general fund, the collection for the month of March totaled approximately $14 million. Next slide, please. This is a slide. It's property taxes for month 6. It's broken down for specifically property taxes. It's next slide, please. Last month, when the monthly financial report was given by Victor Perez of my office, there was a question with regards to property taxes. The next slide, please. Thank you. It breaks down the debt service and the general fund property taxes. As you can see, excuse me, the FY23 year-to-date total for property taxes is $228 million. It's an increase of almost $3 million compared to FY22. It shows that the debt service fund, there was an increase of $9.5 million in the revenues collected to date because of the principal and interest payments that were due this fiscal year compared to the prior. General fund shows almost $201 million versus 203. It shows $2.2 million decline at this point. That is not a concern that I have right now. The concern that I think was discussed last month related to the auditor's office making a change. One thing I'll just point out is that the Commissioner's Court, when you issue
bonds, the county commits and basically pledges and guarantees 100% of the principal and interest will be paid each year. And therefore, the debt service payments take priority and precedence when the collection of current property taxes come in. Over the last couple of years, we've had a few issues. We've never defaulted on a payment of principal and interest, but the revenue stream coming in for the past couple of years has been insufficient at the time when the payment was required, so it would cause us basically to have a negative in the account until such time as the additional revenue came in. So our office looked into it a little bit further, and under Texas Government Code Section 1477.202, it addresses the authority to impose and pledge ad valorem taxes, and it says that the Commissioner's Court shall impose and pledge an annual ad valorem taxes under Section 9, Article 8, Texas Constitution, in an amount sufficient to pay for principal and interest on certificates of indebtedness as they become due. The county has always been fiscally responsible with regards to repayment of its debt, and so based on the bond orders and the covenants that the commissioners approve when they issue debt, we felt it was appropriate to make sure that when the debt principal and interest payments were due, that current taxes needed to be sufficient to make sure we could cover those payments. So usually tax payments come in between December and February. So internally we had the discussion, and I understand that we did communicate some of this to budget and I think county administration, but it should have been brought to your attention so you would be aware. But the auditor's emphasis is statutorily funding and guaranteeing the allocation of current taxes to the debt service fund so that it would be 100% funded when we start making those principal and interest payments. I looked at the payments that we've been making so far. As of month 6, the debt service fund is funded compared to the budget 100.33% compared to the prior year. And the reason that it's higher than 100% is that we've had some discussion with our external auditors, and for a number of years, there's been an allocation of current tax and delinquent taxes to the debt service fund. It's our position that only current taxes fund principal and interest of the debt service fund, because that's the guarantee that's put in the covenant, and that's the priority that is in those documents. And then this time last year, in 2022, the actual percentage of funds collected versus the budgeted amount was 96.94%. As I explained, the reason was the shortfall we had in the prior years. Last year, we experienced an aberration. We actually, and this is what Commissioner Leon was concerned about, we had an aberration of delinquent property taxes actually decreasing because there were more protests, I guess you could say, on property values, and there were refunds that were due, and the city tax office has a protocol when they have court-ordered refunds. Those refunds come out of all of the payments that go to the taxing entities, and it's netted out of delinquent property taxes. Well, when we're allocating delinquent taxes to both to both general fund and to debt service, that reduces the amount of revenue to both of those funds. And our understanding is that the debt service fund should not be reliant on delinquent taxes, especially when they're being offset by refunds. And they should always be funded 100% by current taxes prior to any other funding. With that, the collections in the general fund so far up to this year was 95.22% versus 95.34% in 22. The difference is about 0.12%.
Next.
I totally expect property taxes to increase because every year we do have new value added to the rolls, and typically we do receive revenues in excess of the amount that we budget. So the concern of having a shortfall, at this time, I don't anticipate that we will have a shortfall, but we monitor it on a monthly basis. We're in communication with the city tax office, and if anything comes to our attention, we'll be sure to make sure we communicate with budget, fiscal policy, county administration, and make sure Commissioner's Court gets apprised of it. And maybe you'll be having a presentation here following my item and budget's item from Central Appraisal as to maybe what the trend is right now. With that, if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Otherwise, we'll go to the next slide.
Thank you, Edward. Any questions? No. Edward, thank you very much. Appreciate your time and your work.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next slide is the revenues by source. I think I need to go back one more slide. This one is a breakdown of revenues, just comparing 22 versus 23. Overall, we show net variances of $2.2 million. Favorable variances are $5.9 million. Then it shows negative variances of $8 million. I will tell you right now, nothing to be worried about there. The issue is we have timing differences with the revenue that's collected. Excuse me. And the big difference here is that the auto sales tax, typically and historically, it's collected in May. Well, last fiscal year, we received it in March, and it was $6.9 million. So that's $7 million of that $8 million. That's a timing difference from the last year versus this year as far as the receipt of those funds. So you're on track. The revenues are still gaining ground compared to the prior year. And like I say, this is timing, so I wouldn't misinterpret it that we're in a bad position and we're not showing good revenue trends. With that, the top three increases were interest. This is one area of concern. It's a good concern, but at the same time, it's a cautious concern. We have an increase of $5.2 million right now. One of the reasons why our interest revenue is so high is that we currently have $111 million in ARPA funds, and these are invested, and the guidelines allow that the interest earned comes to the general fund. Well, we're working with Jose Landeros to make sure we get some drawdown schedules, because this will be revenue throughout the rest of the fiscal year, but we need to know how that drawdown is going to occur, because that'll affect revenues going into the end of the fiscal year and going into FY24. We're going to be blowing that budget out of the water as far as what we're bringing in as revenues. And it's good because we have a couple other areas where we're falling short, like on federal prisoners. But this is something that's kind of insulating that impact right now. And we'll be talking about that with budget and fiscal policy as we go forward with the budget. Sales tax continues to show increases. We had a single-digit increase in March, but in April we had a payment come in that was over 12% increase. So it's still positive. We're gonna hit budget on sales tax also. And then there was timing on the other financing sources. We had an increase of about $318,000, and that's mainly the transfer of funds from the special revenue accounts for court reporter fees and others that are transferred to the general fund to cover costs. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overview of revenues collected compared to the estimated budget. We're basically 50% through the year. General funds collected 73.08 of budgeted revenues. And this excludes, the analysis excludes $90 million designated to balance the budget. Next slide, please. This is a synopsis of revenues. It shows the revenues collected in that month, fiscal month 06 comprised 90.26% of the revenues received, with an ad valorem portion of that being 86.17%. Next slide, please. This is the 3-year budget comparison. As you can see, the overall trend is showing 73% compared to the prior year. That's a little misleading, but the reason it is because the sales tax budget grew so much from 60 to 73 million, and that's still on track. You can see we've collected 41% of sales tax revenue, and we're a month behind there too. So since we're 50% through the year, we haven't actually collected 50% of sales tax. Property taxes, we're at 95.23% versus 95.33%. We're on track. I have no concerns at the moment, but we'll cautiously monitor it and provide feedback as it comes to our attention. Next slide, please. This is the sales tax analysis, just to give an idea of where the growth in sales tax is occurring. Retail trade saw an increase of about 141,000, or about 5.84%. Accommodations and food services went up by 13%, about 95,000. Wholesale trade, we had a decrease there of about almost 15%, or 40,000. And information technology, we saw an increase of about 4.27%, or almost $15,000. Next slide, please. This is the expenditure summary by fund type. As of March, the expenditures for the month totaled $43 million, and a year-to-date of $174 million. Next slide, please. This is a comparison of the revised budget versus actuals. As you can see, we're 40.44% of the budget expended, and we're 50% through the year. Next slide, please. This is a new slide that we added in, this expenditures by category, just to give you a different perspective of the $173 million that we spent. Personnel was $118 million, or 68% of that total. Operating was $32.2 million, or 19%. Capital outlays, $2.5 million, or 1.48%. And transfers out, 19.6, or 11.30%. Next slide, please. This is a comparison of FY23 versus the prior year, showing $22.2 million increase in expenses, or 14.6%. Public safety increased by $10.2 million, 17%. General government up by about $6 million, 12.08%. Administration of justice, 5.78%, or $5.78 million, or 18%. Under public safety, the biggest change there was the professional services medical for the jail. It was an increase of $5.2 million. It was catch-up payments that began this period in 22 and continued through April. A lot of the other adjustments are salaries and fringe related throughout the budget. General government increased by $6.2 million. The bulk of that was capital projects land, an increase of about $1.9 million, mostly due to the John Hayes Street extension project. And then under general government and non-department, we had an increase of $269,000. Transfer out increase of $1.7 million to the road and bridge. It was the road and bridge transfer in the amount of $6.9 million this period. And transfer out match increased by $623,000. Next slide, please. It's just the overall depiction of expended versus unexpended budget. Breaks down. Public safety accounted for 39.41% of year-to-date expenses. General government, 33.3%, and administration of justice, 21.83%, and the remaining 5.6% for other functions. Next slide, please. This is the fund balance. It's the one that gets probably the most attention. As discussed last month, the FY22 annual audit we're wrapping it up. We have some things that we're still finishing on, though, but we're about $116 million in fund balance. Just to give you a little bit of perspective of where I'm coming from as far as my projection, some of the factors are in the FY23 budget, we had growth of about $26.5 million, which included reappropriations from FY22 and $7.9 million in carry forward encumbrances. The FY22 audited preliminary fund balance is about $115.7 million, which I'm rounding in my graph. In FY 2023, the preliminary fund balance that I'm projecting is $104 million based on current revenue trends, mostly the interest revenue increase, sales tax increase, and then the ad valorem coming in, meeting budget and possibly exceeding the budget. In FY 22, as of today, the year-end numbers that we have, the unspent budget was about $85.6 million. And of that, $19 million was a reserve for emergencies, leaving a revised unspent of $66.2 million. And furthermore, the FY23 budget grew by $18.6 million before carryover of the $7.9 for a total budget increase of $26.5 million. The projected actual expenditure growth ranges between $37 and $52 million. I can tell you I'm using the conservative number, which I consider conservative, $37 million, to get the 104 and fund balance. We did solicit feedback from budget and fiscal policy, and there's a $15 million variance in the expenses I'm using versus the number that I would use if I just took the expenses as they're calculated with the input, which would be the $52 million. That would bring the fund balance down to about $88 million. This is something we're going to be massaging and working on month to month, because some of the expenses that we think we're going to have may not materialize as history shows. And so my projection is relying on the trend of historical expenditure of the adopted budget minus the reserve for emergencies of about 85%, about 81 to 85%. With that, if anybody has any questions, I'm open to answer them.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Leon, please.
Yes. Ed, thank you for your presentation. I've just got a quick question. I think it's slide number 10, if you don't mind going back to that. Okay, and if you look at the actual, the total revenue from 22 to 23, it's showing a drop there. And I'm just trying to understand that, and I'm sure you explained it, but I might have missed it.
You said slide 10, that's the 3-year?
Yes.
Yeah, that's, if you look at the total revenue actuals from 22 to 23, it dropped about 2 million.
Yeah, and that, if you can look at the property taxes, because right now on the property tax line item, we are showing, this does not include debt service on this one. This is strictly general fund. So this one does show on my other chart that property taxes are currently about $2 million below the prior year. And last month we explained the fact that we actually distributed, when the current taxes came in, we distributed more to the debt service to 100% fund the principal and interest requirements as required with the bond covenants and as required by all the agreements to make sure that we could pay those principal and interest payments, because they take priority and precedence over the use of the ad valorem taxes, especially current. So this, I think, is related directly to that variance, which I think you're going to see it going away over the next couple of months because we won't be putting any more current taxes in debt service from here forward. It'll all be going to the general fund. So you're going to see that variance dwindle.
Okay. If I may, also, just correct me if I'm wrong, but overall property taxes were up $7.4 million, correct?
Correct. General fund and debt service combined, because as I mentioned earlier, there was an increase in the debt service requirement of about almost $10 million. So that the revenues coming in this fiscal year are higher than the prior year.
That one slide that you're looking at is general fund only.
Yeah.
And they took the 7.3 million and moved 9 million of it to debt service, making it look like a 2 million deficit now, but it will catch up to itself.
It is a timing difference, and it's because of us tweaking the percentage. But like I said, if you look at the collections versus the collections this year versus the budget, and the same with the last year, the difference is 0.12%. It's pretty minimal, but like I say, we're halfway through the year. We'll be collecting taxes for the rest of the fiscal year, and all of those collections are going to be going to the general fund. The only exception is that we're still allocating some delinquent property taxes to debt service. We proposed a change to the county's financial policies, where the Commissioner's Court commits that we 100% fund the debt service principal and interest by February, March, and then thereafter, everything goes to the general fund. Now, I'm of the position that delinquent taxes don't belong in the debt service fund because statutorily, we've levied a current tax to pay for that, and that's all we should be using for it. We shouldn't be having a shortfall in the debt service fund and then have to come back to the general fund and make a loan to cover the deficit, because that's contrary to the commitment and the pledge that the commissioner made when they issued bonds in the past. So we're trying to make it to where our policy reflects what the bond covenants say, and future investors say, look, El Paso County's not only being fiscally responsible, they put it in their financial policy that they fully fund 100% of debt service principal and interest midway through the year to make sure that, that guarantee is solidified.
No, thank you, Ed. I apologize, but for some reason, I think it always catches my eye, and I think last month.
Very good question, and I think as you see the monthlies coming over the next few months, you're gonna see that number change and that variance go away.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We do need a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Edward, thank you for all your dedication and hard work. We really appreciate. That means you have to stay longer, okay?
I'm glad to be here with you all.
Please. Thank you, Edward.
Item number 14, receive a presentation from the El Paso Central Appraisal District and discuss preliminary valuations.
Welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Interim Director of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Today, I'm going to turn this part of the presentation over to our Central Appraisal District to give you kind of a preliminary look at what our valuations are going to look like as we start preparing for our fiscal year 24 budget.
Thank you, Jessica. Welcome.
Good morning,
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for having us. Dinah Kilgore, Executive Director with the El Paso Central Appraisal District, and
David.
our Deputy Chief Appraiser, brought him along. He's going to talk a lot about the numbers, and so am I, and hopefully we can give you some good information about what's going on in the county, countywide, in the way of valuations. We went and visited with a lot of the entities. Oh, I'm not loud enough? Usually I'm very loud. We visited with a lot of the entities in March and gave them some pre-preliminary numbers to give them an idea of what's happening. The official preliminary roll, the appraisal roll, will be going out next week, next Friday. So y'all will have that pre-preliminary roll. We will have the official preliminary roll, and then we'll send updates every month until we send the certified on July 25th. Okay, that will go out on July 25th. So let's start off with what is mass appraisal for those of you who are not familiar with how we have to appraise properties in the state of Texas. We are under mass appraisal under the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practices. And so we look at properties in a universe instead of a single. That way we can see what's going on in the different areas and make adjustments based on those market areas. We've got about 230,000 single-family homes in El Paso County. If we were to stick with an individual appraisal, that would cost about $69 million to do. We would not get the funding. And also, it would take about 7 years to do all of these if we were to use our staff to do that. So mass appraisal is what assessment offices use throughout the country, definitely throughout Texas, and of course, throughout the world. The disadvantages of mass appraisal is property owners are not required, especially in the state of Texas, to provide any sales or income information. So the information that we have that we're giving you is based on a lot of research that our staff does. Questionnaires are sent out. There's a lot of communication between mortgage companies, finance companies, builders, developers. We use national publications like your Marshall Swift, CoreLogic, and making adjustments for local modifiers for our community. So there is a lot of research that we go through to be able to get these numbers to you. This is your, I won't say it's your only source of income because you have sales tax and you have your fees, but it is one of the largest sources of incomes. When I first started in this business back in the 70s, about 30 to 33% of the revenue that a county or a city would receive was based on property taxes. It's now almost 60%. It's in the high 50s.
How much, I'm sorry?
It's almost 60. It's in the high 50% here in the state of Texas. Well, pretty much everywhere. So that is a major source of income. So it's very important for us to go through the process. We have our appraisal phase. We actually start doing our field work in July, visiting all the permits, all the new construction, anything that came up during the protest season, we'll go out and double check. Plat maps are submitted to the county clerks, city clerks, and so we go out to check and we follow up on the construction of homes and on the percent complete of not only homes, say example Amazon. When Amazon started, there was a couple of years that we increased it every year because of the construction timetable. Now it's on at 100% up and running, and so that's what we have it on for. We've started our equalization phase. We'll get into a little bit of that about how to protest. I always like to take an opportunity like this because the public is listening and remind them about the deadlines and how they can protest. It's very important for us during this time that we get a lot of information from the property owners. And then, of course, you have your assessment phase and your collection phase. We've got this is what was said. It's kind of hard to read. This was our pre-preliminary numbers to show that the overall increase in El Paso County was about 13%. If you notice in the very first line, it's your A category, that's your single-family residence, and that went up about 14%. We are still seeing very solid market in El Paso County. It's gone down just a slight, and what I mean by going down is it's taking a little bit longer to sell, and they're not selling overnight. They're selling within 60 to 90 days, but we still only have about 2 months' worth of inventory of new homes out there. About a year ago, you had maybe a day's worth of inventory, and they were selling overnight. So we are seeing a little bit of change, but we're still seeing a very healthy market. A very stable market, with everything being pretty equal, would be about 6 months worth of inventory and about 120-day sale turnaround. So we're still within 60 to 90 days, and we're still only about 2 months worth of inventory. We did see a decrease in permits this year. Last year, we saw a big jump in permits, but then builders had issues with getting help, getting labor. They had issues with materials. Materials were on order and having trouble to get in, issues with transportation. So a lot of the permits that were taken out last year are still being worked on this year. So we didn't see a big jump in permits in 2022 going into the 2023 year. Remember also, we're a January 1 assessment date. That's per state law. Everything the appraisal districts do within the state of Texas, every county has one, is set by state legislature. And towards the end of this, I'll give you a heads up on a couple things that we are watching. So we all are under the same state laws and comptroller rules. I'm going to let David go over some of the category numbers and give you an idea of what we've seen.
These graphs, David Stone, Deputy Chief Appraiser. These graphs are showing the increases that we're seeing from our pre-preliminary numbers. Overall, we're going from about 55.7 billion in taxable value countywide to 63.2 billion. That's about $7.5 billion increase overall. 1.5 billion of that is new construction. So as you can tell, the majority of the increase is coming out of appreciation on existing properties. Looking at residential property specifically, the next two columns, we went up about a little bit less than $5 billion, and only 695 million of that was new construction. On commercial properties, we went up about $2 billion, and 417 million of that was new construction. On the next slide, we're showing the percentage increases. Overall, we had a 13.5% increase in property value, and 2.83% of that was new construction. Residential had an increase of 14.18%, 2% of that was new construction, and commercial had an increase of 21.99%, and 4.37% of that was new construction. One of the major causes of the increase in commercial was the costs, property valued on the cost basis using Marshall and Swift nationwide. Material costs, labor costs, all costs related to construction have gone up. That's been reflected on value increases on properties that are valued by the cost approach. Some of the other categories of property that are not as relevant to the overall, multifamily properties, which includes apartments, went up about $100 million. Only $69 million of that was new construction. Business personal property, we're actually showing a slight decrease right now of about $40 million. One of the reasons for that is business personal property accounts are required to submit renditions to the appraisal district. The due date of those is not until April 15th, and there's an automatic 30-day extension if the property owner requests it. So we have not got most of the data yet related to personal property for this year, so that number will probably increase. But as of the date that these reports were run, we were showing a slight decrease on business personal property. And then all other property went from $5 billion to $5.5 billion, which is about $500 million increase. That includes like vacant land, utilities, and some other miscellaneous categories. About $389 million of that was new construction. The percentages on that, multifamily housing went up 4.2%. 2.2% of that was new construction. Business personal property, right now we're showing almost a 1% decrease, but like I said, that will probably go up once we receive our renditions and process them. And all other property went up 9.53%, and 7.74% of that was new construction. This is a map that shows the market areas that we divide the county into. Pretty much, the city of El Paso is divided into areas like the Upper Valley, the West Side, Northeast, Central, East Side, and Lower Valley. But everything else in the county is just divided by school districts, except for the city of Horizon and the city of Socorro have large enough markets to be separate. One of the reasons why we're looking at another increase this year is what we did was we compared our 22 values to the sales that we received in the past year to get a ratio of how close we are to market value. As you can see by these graphs, if we had left our values unchanged, we would have been below market value. On the west side, we were at 84% of market value. In the northeast, we were at 91% of market value. In the central area, we were at 80% of market value. On the east side, we were at 93% of market value. In the county on the west side, outside of the city limits, we were at 93%. In the county outside of the city limits on the east side, we were at 92%, and in Horizon, we were at 94%. I don't know if y'all remember our presentation from last year. Our ratios this year are better, and that's why we did not see as great of an increase as we did last year, because we were closer to market value, but we're still undervalued, and that's why we had to increase the values. As a reminder, every year we're evaluated by the comptrollers, or every other year we're evaluated by the comptroller's office to make sure we're appraising property at market value. all of the school districts in El Paso County are considered to be property value deficient in the eyes of the TEA, and that means that they get money from the state to make up funding for their operations. If the comptroller's office deems that we are not evaluating properties at market value, that can impact the money that the school districts will get from the state to make up the deficiencies. In other words, if we're too low, the state may cut the money that they give the school districts because they say, you're not doing your fair share to collect the property taxes that you're supposed to by being at market value, so we're not going to make up as much of the deficiency out of state funds. So that's why it's very important that we try to keep the property values at 100% of market value. Look at the next slide. These are the results of our last 3 property value studies with the State Comptroller's Office. In 2018, we were at 97% of market value. In 2020, we were at 96% of market value. And then in 2022, we were at 98% of market value. So the state accepts anything 95% above as the appraisal district is doing their job to keep properties at property value. So we have not fallen out of acceptance level for any school district over the last 3 property value studies. The other thing that the state does to ensure that appraisal districts are operating according to state laws, they perform a methods and assistance study to make sure that the appraisal district is following state law and is following proper procedures in appraising property. These are the results of our last 3 MAP studies. The state sends an evaluator out to check the district, and they'll take samples of properties and check them and interview staff and check our procedures. As you can see, all 3 years for the last 3 studies, 2017, 2019, and 21, we passed all the mandatory tests that the state performed, and we scored 100% in all of their testing categories of governance, taxpayer assistance, operating procedures, and appraisal standards, procedures, and methodology. So according to the state, they're satisfied with the operation of the appraisal district and that we're doing everything that we're supposed to do.
And I'm going to add to that a little bit. They started with the MAPS review per legislation back in 2011, and we have passed and have received 100% grading every year. So we're very diligent about making sure that we do meet those standards, not just for the state, because we, of course, definitely we want to be able to continue to operate based on the state codes and the comptroller's rules and procedures, but also for the taxing entities. We want to show the taxing entities here in El Paso County that we are educated, we are doing the job that we are required to do, and that we are very diligent as to the values that the entities, like the county, needs to be able to set your budgets and function. So it's very important for us, for y'all to know that we take this very seriously. I would like to get into a little bit about protesting. We have already started. Majority of the residential notices went out the last Friday of March. They need to be out by April 1st or as soon as thereafter is practical. We sent out one of our largest first mailings, so they have been out. Now, the property owners have 30 days from the date of that notice or May 15th, whichever is the later date. So those folks that received their notice that first week of April actually have until May 15th to file their protest. We're still sending out some notices. Like David mentioned, the business personal property, they have until April 15th, which was a Saturday, so they had until Monday, the 17th, to file their renditions. If you'd like to come and look at our reception area, it's full of trays of renditions. We're El Pasoans, we tend to procrastinate and wait till the last minute. So we are working those renditions. And then a lot of businesses will send a letter or an email now, they're allowed to do that, to ask for a 30-day extension. That is automatically granted once we receive that request. So then that allows them to not file until May 15th. that gives them an extra 30 days. So that's why in your preliminary roll, you're going to see a personal property value that then when we send our first update at the end of May, we'll have a jump because we'll have most everything worked and into the system by then. So how can people protest? Well, they receive their notice. There is a hard copy. There is a protest in there that they can fill out and mail in or drop off. We also have a digital form. We have an online way that they can file a protest, and there is information in every notice that goes out, notice of value of how to file a protest online. We also have QR codes now. If you noticed on your notice of protest, there's a QR code there on the first page, there on the bottom, and you can scan that and be with your mobile device or your phone, and it will link you to your account, your property search, and you can pull up your property by address or by name, and then you can file your protest that way. So there's multiple ways in which a property owner can file a protest. Main thing was we tell everybody, whether you know you want to continue with the protest or not, file that protest before the deadline. Once that deadline has passed, I can do nothing to allow a late protest. All of that comes from the Appraisal Review Board officers. The chair is the only one who can allow a late protest to be heard by the Appraisal Review Board. Now, the Appraisal Review Board is a group of citizens. We have 45 Appraisal Review Board members. They are appointed by the local administrative judge. They serve 2-year terms and can serve for a maximum of 6 years. I am not allowed to talk to them, to train them. They are trained by the comptroller's office. They do hire an MAI, and their attorney comes in and does training for them also. They are the ones that once we turn the records over to them in May, they're the only ones who can make any changes. Now, what we try to tell people is once you file your protest and once you receive your appointment, you can come in and talk to an appraiser on a one-on-one basis all the way up to the day before your formal hearing. Once the day of your formal hearing hits, you have to go before the Appraisal Review Board. And there's multiple ways now that you can go before the Appraisal Review Board. We were one of the first, if not the first, to have video ARB hearings. We started that in 2020 during COVID for tax agents and large property owners to be able to have their hearings by video. It's now a state law that we have to give that for everybody, which is fine. We're already set up and ready to go. Or they can do it by phone. If they're unable to come in. And again, that's state law that allows it. They do have to submit stuff in advance so that the ARB has their information. Once the ARB hearing happens and they're giving an order, they still can go before arbitration or through district court and file a lawsuit if they want to. One of the things Mr. Dion was talking about was how you estimate an amount of taxes that you're going to get, but property owners are allowed to file a late protest for 5 years based on an error that they think may have happened, whether they can be heard or not. They're also allowed to file a lawsuit. Even if they received a change at the Appraisal Review Board, they can still file a lawsuit, and a lot of businesses here do file a lawsuit. So a couple of the things that we're watching for in legislation is one of the biggest things between the Senate and the House is the Senate has passed a bill over to the House regarding increasing the school homestead exemption for everybody. Everybody who owns a home that has a right to have a homestead exemption for school, for their school portion of their taxes. Right now, it originally was at 15, went to 25,000 a couple of years ago. Last legislation, they upped it to 40,000. They're now looking at upping it to 70,000. And what that means is if they have a home valued at 100,000, they're going to get 70,000 deducted off of that, and they'll only pay on 30,000 for the school tax only. They're also looking at adding another 20,000 to that for anybody over 65. Another thing the House is looking at is not so much the exemption side of it, but the caps. To kind of explain the caps a little bit, a property owner who has a homestead The market value can go up to whatever the market is. We have to, by law, appraise at market value. Even though we don't have disclosure, by state law, we have to appraise at market value. And they do come in, like David was talking to you about the property value study and test appraisal districts. But a property owner will only pay, a homesteaded property owner will only pay 10% higher than they paid the year before. That's the assessed amount. So there'll be that discount. What they're looking at doing is adjusting that down to 5%, but they're also looking at applying that 5% to all properties that are taxed within the state of Texas. So that would include business personal property, commercial real estate, homes that are not homesteaded, apartment complexes. So that is what the House is looking at. The Senate has said they don't want to do caps. So we're watching it very closely to see what's going on in that genre. Once it is passed, normally something like that will be effective this year, will be effective the year that it's passed. A lot of bills are not effective until September 1 or January 1 of the next year, but we have found that with these caps, they make it effective now. In our notices that we sent out, we went with what is current. When you receive your preliminary roll and your certified roll, it'll be what is current now if nothing has passed until that gets changed. So we'll be following that to see how that works. We were talking about lawsuits. As of right now, we have lawsuits from 2008 to 2022. We have about 1,700 lawsuits for a total value of just under $4 billion in value. We have an overall county rate of about $60 billion, so $4 billion of that is currently under lawsuit. And what happens is property owners, their attorneys will not settle, but they will add the next year to it. Like, so for now, right now we're in year 2023. Those businesses that have not settled, the attorneys will then add the 2023 year to it. We are constantly in mediations. We have several mediators here in El Paso County that are ex-judges that mediate to try to settle some of these lawsuits. A property owner that's part of their rights. They can file that. And so we always have to follow through with it. I cannot take 1,700 to court. So majority of these will be settled through deliberations and mediations. And that, I believe, is that. Do y'all have any questions or want us to go over any of the numbers? Right now, it's very healthy. Market is good. We have been doing reappraisals for the last several years. And we were going to continue to do 100% reappraisals for the next couple of years as we see what the market's going to do. We don't want to wait a gap. And with the market the way it is, we want to make sure we make those adjustments for whether it's commercial, single family, homestead, whatever it is, and follow that market. So we will be doing 100% reappraisals for probably the next 3-4 years.
Thank you. Well,
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, go ahead.
Diana, the question I have is, the Comptroller's Office of the state looks at your appraisal or percentage of appraisal of market value. That's without the caps?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. They look at total market before any exemptions. The only thing that is required in the way of exemptions by state law is school homestead. Everything else is local option. So to be equal with all the other appraisal districts in the state, they look at the market.
Okay.
The only thing that they may look at differently is our agricultural. That's a special valuation, and that's based on a per acre value. And so our per acre price may be different than a per acre price of agricultural in an area where they have a lot of water, because our water expense may be higher. So that might be a difference that they would look at. But other than that, it's market.
And do you have or rather a figure as to what the appraisal values are that are over the caps? In other words, what's not taxed for this year? Do you have any of that information? Because that might give us an indication of the future year, what.
Let me see, I think I might have something that might help you with being here. I will say this, Okay,
Or
here.
maybe even just as a percentage
I
of
can
the
give you-
overall
I can give you- okay,
property
so-
tax value in the entire county,
is how much they're
what the untaxed value is?
Yeah, I can tell you, based on the pre-preliminaries that we were using
Mhm.
when we were visiting the taxing entities, the county of El Paso, we were starting out at a market value of about $83 billion. 5.8 billion is the difference in the cap. So that gets removed from that. And then you had about 13, or right under 14 billion that is considered exempt properties. So that gets taken off. So your actual net taxable is 63, a little over 63 billion.
Okay, so we have probably, so there's about, you mentioned about 5 billion that's appraised but not
Almost
taxable
6,
because of the cap,
5.8.
almost 6 billion, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and as
Based
a-
on that. And that's a 10% cap only on homesteaded properties.
Right.
So if they go to a 5% cap on all properties, you can expect that to go up.
Yeah, that's going to
Big
be
hit.
considerable. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's
Thank
all I
you,
have, Judge.
I bring all kinds of stuff because I never know what y'all are going to ask.
I had a question, but it's not so much for Ms. Kilgore and Mr. Stone, but for our budget. So with the increase in the average 14% increase in property value, that's going to mean that our no new revenue rate is going to be lower than the current rate. So that, and also we have to worry about the 3.5% revenue cap, right? So do we, I don't know if we probably don't have it calculated yet, but I mean, just so the public understands, I mean, we are going to have to reduce our tax rate to be able to stay under the 3.5% cap because the no new revenue is going to be lower than the current.
That's correct. So as we get closer to the final values, we'll start to calculate those numbers to see where we will end up. But if the appraisals do continue to increase, we would see a decrease relatively to our no new revenue rate.
You will have, so what we'll show you is we'll show you, as you know, we'll show you the no new revenue rate. We'll show you the max rate you can have without voter approval, and then
The voter approval rate.
the voter approval rate.
And just to let y'all know, I'm sorry.
No.
Wanted to kind of finish it with an idea. You're the county, so you cover all of El Paso County, over 1,000, square miles. So I wanted to give you some of the percentages of growth, the overall averages of growth at some of the faster growing areas. In the city of Socorro, they saw about a 23% overall growth in value. At Socorro ISD, about 19%. When you're looking at Canutillo ISD, Clint ISD, that was about 19% also. Town of Horizon, 17%.
But you're talking, sorry to interrupt you, Dan. You're talking about value increase?
I'm
or you're
talking about
talking
value.
new
No, I'm talking about
property?
total value increase.
Okay.
Yeah, overall value increase, including new construction and the reappraisal. So this is, kind of gives you an idea of where your growth is within your county. Even San Eli and Tornillo saw about a 15% a jump. So most of the growth is on the outskirts. It's in the east side. If y'all have driven out to where Amazon is and seen all the growth there, all of the new warehouses out there, we are seeing a lot. And of course, Canutillo is still seeing a lot of residential growth out in Canutillo. And we're adding to the Northtown Shopping Center and then some of the other restaurants and things that are going in there. So we are seeing a lot of growth in the outskirts of the county.
Judge, I do have one other question.
Commissioner Coronel?
Diana, how is, if they reduce the cap rates to 5%, how is that going to affect our no new revenue tax?
I couldn't tell you. I'm going to, I'm not
I
even
thought
going to
you
go
had
there.
the
I don't even know if,
No, Jessica.
I don't even know if we can figure it out, but I'm sure that they
Yeah,
could probably
Jessica.
come up with some estimates.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors that would go into that, but in basic terms, it would increase our revenue projection on values, and then that amount would be less impacted by the exemptions because of the cap.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if the difference.
so we
if-
get
if-
more
if- if the-
compression.
If the 10% cap right now, you said the difference is 6 billion in
And
property.
that's only on residential homesteaded
Right.
properties.
Right.
Yeah. So when you add everything else in, a good idea is there's about 432,000 parcels in El Paso County, 130,000 parcels, and residential is about 230,000. That's single family, that's not all homesteaded. So you still have, not quite double of other types of properties that would be given a 5%.
Yeah, that's gonna, we'll have less money.
Yeah, we'll have a lot less money.
We do know that Dan Patrick, Senator Dan Patrick, is very much against cap, and I believe the governor is also. But you have the House side that very much wants to do caps. So there's a lot of discussion going on. I still tell everybody, we're still kind of in the early parts of legislation because they're still discussing things. They won't really start, I think, wrapping stuff up till a couple more weeks, then we'll start seeing stuff happen. That's when I get worried because then bills get thrown in with other bills that you may not see, and that's when we start getting into some issues with the taxing entities.
Well, the other question is, if they do go with this 5% cap, are you going to have more people now being allowed to protest that afterwards?
Well, people will still protest because they can protest their market value, but will it really make a difference on what they're paying because they have that 5% cap? We have that now with homeowners, is if they protest the market value, but their cap is still in existence, they're really not seeing a savings because they're already capped. You're also going to see that every year, property owner may come in and file a protest or complain because it's going to go up every year until it hits that 5 or until it hits that 10% cap. The only way it really balances out is if we start to see that market coming down. If it stabilizes, then it'll catch up, but if it continues to go up, then if it starts to come down, then it might meet it. That's why we're doing appraisals and reviews every year, because we don't want that to get skewed.
Well, I see, but the problem I see is if they do institute or lower the cap, some people obviously would have not have protested. But now that you have a lower cap, now you might have people that would want to protest it.
Typically, what happens is since the appraisal date is January 1st, they're going to say what were the conditions in effect on January 1st. So I think if they do pass a change in the cap, it won't become effective until next January 1st because people's appraised value has already been set for the year. The protests have already started. And technically, if they do change it, it's going to have to be a constitutional amendment. So the next election is not going to be till November. So I don't see them trying to do anything for 2023 if that's the direction they go in. They'll probably wait till January 1st. Now, if they go the Senate's route and do the increase in exemptions, last time they did it for the last session, they told us to implement it even before the constitutional election happened that November and just assume that the exemptions passed. But that's a different situation because your values are already set, and all we're saying is we're going to increase the exemption that we're going to allow you to take off your property, but the value is not changing that it was appraised at. So my gut instinct is if they go with the Senate plan, they'll probably tell us to go ahead and increase the exemptions for 2023, and then that would put the burden on the Consolidated Tax Office when the bills are going out to see when, if it passes, but historically speaking, nobody ever turned down a tax decrease.
Yeah.
So that'll probably pass, but if they end up going in the House direction and they decide to cap, because it's not just that, okay, now the cap's 5% and now it's going to apply to everybody. Well, everybody's going to have to modify their appraisal software to do these new calculations, and that's not going to happen instantaneously. So if they do go that route, it'll probably not be implemented until January 1st of 2024 at the latest.
Okay, I understand that, yeah.
One of the things that we'll make sure that we've done this in the past, whenever legislation is kind of doing things like this, we always watch it because unless they do a special session, everything will be done by June. So then we can get with the different entities and say, okay, what kind of reports do you need from us? What do we need to do so that your financial group can make their adjustments? When they went from the 25 to the 40,000, when we sent the certified roll in July, we sent them both numbers because it has to be approved by the voters. And I believe even the cap would have to be approved by the voters. So we'll send like the two different scenarios so that taxing entities can then determine how they're going to handle that.
From our perspective, once we see those two reports, we would probably recommend going with the lower valuation so that we wouldn't end up into a situation where we're short on our budget.
I think it's good for all of us to know and watch out for, be aware of so that we can anticipate. Good?
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Very
Thank you.
informative.
El Paso's very active, it's very strong, it's very healthy. We're just really excited to see it.
Yeah. Thank you very much, both of you, Dana and David. Thank you so much for your presentation. And Jessica, thank
See you
you.
tonight.
Judge, would you like to continue or recess at this time?
No, we'll take a recess. Yeah.
Recess? Okay. Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:13 p.m.
Let's just make it 15 because we don't
1:15?
calculate right. So 1:15, we'll be back. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different. It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because kids coming together, understanding, helping each other, that's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact is going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world, this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the fastest growing sport right now. So
this is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to like 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no volley zone. And that's how you can tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court.
And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources.
But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into four pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
In our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always always welcome those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
You know, I think the message that we were trying to impart upon him, you know, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for, you know, committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's, you know, the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different.
It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because kids coming together, understanding, helping each other, that's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact is going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world, this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the largest growing sport, fastest growing sport right now. So
This is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to like 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no volley zone. And that's how you can tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court.
And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources.
But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into four pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
In our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always always welcome those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
You know, I think the message that we were trying to impart upon him, you know, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for, you know, committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's, you know, the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different.
It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because kids coming together, understanding, helping each other, that's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact is going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world, this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the largest growing sport, fastest growing sport right now. So
This is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to like 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no volley zone. And that's how you can tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court.
And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources.
But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into four pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
In our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always welcomed those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
I think the message that we were trying to impart upon him, both, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for, committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's, the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different.
It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because kids coming together, understanding, helping each other, that's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact is going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world, this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the largest growing sport, fastest growing sport right now. So
This is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to like 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no volley zone. And that's how you can tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court.
And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources.
But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into four pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
in our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always always welcome those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
You know, I think the message that we were trying to impart upon him, you know, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for, you know, committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's, you know, the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to special open session. We are on item number 15. Receive a presentation from the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department on the FY 2024 budget.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Interim Director of Budget Fiscal Policy. I hope you all had a good lunch. Mine was pretty good.
Thank you, Jessica.
As you know, we held our budget kickoff on March 24th, and our departments and our various offices are diligently working to enter their budgets by our April 22nd deadline. Today, I'm going to give you the overview of FY 24, our FY 23 budget, and information on the process and factors that influence us as we start preparation for our FY24 budget. So you've seen these numbers several times, usually in a pie chart. So we're laying this out kind of differently this time. Our all funds total budget is $554.5 million. The general fund makes up the majority of that total budget at $443.7 million. There are 8 programs that the general fund funds with that $443.7 million. The largest program for FY23 was general government, which is 34.56% of that general fund budget. Next is public safety. And you've probably heard me comment before that generally public safety is usually higher. And so this year was kind of unusual to see general government come in a little bit higher, but that does include all of our budgets for general government, commissioners court, a lot of our internal departments, ITD, HR, et cetera, are included in that budget. And then just as a reminder, these amounts also include our unappropriated allocated fund balance, or our reserve amount that we budget each year. This slide gives you just a short portion of the monthly revenue projections that we receive from the county auditor. This projection on this slide was actually end of month 5, which was end of February. As you heard the auditor this morning, he's already looking, or they've already completed March. So this is a little bit dated, but we're still very close with our numbers. Hasn't changed much. So from his projection at the end of February, he was showing that the general fund would be at $354 million. In his projection, if you'll notice along property taxes, he had not really budgeted any increase for revenue in that property tax line item. And that's mainly because, as you heard, it's still very early in our budget process. We don't really have a good handle on where our valuations are going to be. And we still have a large amount of protests that are being processed through Central Appraisal District. And from what you heard from Dinah, you know that it still looks like it's going to be an increased year for our valuations. We know that there's some fluctuations and variances that occur between the preliminaries, our certified, and then our final total that actually gets billed in October. And so we'll continue to keep an eye on that and keep you all informed as we go through this process. You'll also, in the next few months, hear from different offices that charge for fees and services. That is also one of our areas that we watch closely and annually try to bring them to you so that you can approve any increases or decreases, any type of change that's either statutorily required or needed in order to maintain operations. We hope to have them all presented to you by June and approved by June so that the auditor has sufficient time to include that in his final revenue projection that he provides us in July. And that July date or that June date is important because we cannot adopt a budget that exceeds what the auditor certifies. And so as we get those fees in there and he incorporates that into the revenue, it gives us a little bit more within our budget to work with. This slide kind of gives you well, it doesn't kind of, it does actually illustrate the variances that we look at during the budget process when we're trying to calculate internally what our budget numbers are. This one gives you the changes in property values before and during the budget process. The last 2 columns show the percentage change in valuation from certified to actual and the change from prior year. And so you'll see in the comments there on the side, the percent change certified to actual for the 5-year average is 2.23%, and the percent change from prior year is 6.14%. That's kind of an anomaly. We know that we had a significant increase in our property values last year, so it kind of skewed it a little bit. So once we remove that year, it brings us back into our 5-year average of 4.28%. And so those are kind of the values and the variances that we look at when we're doing our internal projections. This slide gives you a look at the revenue projections versus the actual history. This is another variance that we look at when Mr. Dion provides us with his revenue projections. You can see here that for 2023, he's showing that -1%, and again, this was as of the end of February. He also did kind of cover that a little bit in his presentation today, that at this point, with half the year being done, he's not necessarily alarmed. A lot of these revenue numbers are based kind of on a timing issue, and so we're not too alarmed at that -7.1%. Much of that, again, comes in that sales tax area, but for this year, I think the one area we're looking at is the federal prisoner inmate population. That number has not hit what we anticipated it to hit, and so those numbers are a little bit low. And there's several factors that have affected that, but at this point in time, in speaking with Mr. Dion, we're not too alarmed on the overall budget impact because other areas of the budget have been performing well and are stable. This kind of highlights a little bit of what we're looking at and what we're keeping an eye on. We do know that the revenue estimate from the county auditor's office is still showing an increase, even though we're not hitting what we budgeted yet. The new revenue estimates will be provided by him again on a monthly basis, and we'll continue to give that to you each month. He's currently showing again that -0.71% for revenue for FY23, and then a sales tax decrease of $591,000. But as he stated earlier, some of his revenue numbers are timing issues, when the month closes, when the funds are actually received, and then how they actually acknowledge them in the system. Major changes that we will continue to keep an eye on, again, property taxes, property values, sales taxes, and then keeping an eye on our fund balance. We want to make sure that when we bring you the budget in July, that we're bringing you a budget with an adequate fund balance of at least 10%. In looking at our budget, we also know that there's anywhere between 10 and 15% of our budget that remains unspent at the end of the fiscal year. So we know that there's also some cushion in there to absorb some increases, even if the revenue numbers don't hit where we anticipated them to hit. And you saw a version of this slide earlier with Mr. Dion's presentation. This is month ending 5. He presented to you month ending 6, which was March. I think for us going forward, our big thing is where did we end up in the FY22 fund balance, which is the same here at $116 million. His projection earlier today was a little bit higher than what it was in February when we looked at, I think, February we've got 97 million. I think this morning he was showing 108. So these numbers will continue to change as we go through this budget process. And that 116 million puts us right about 12% of our reserve amount, which is midway between the 10 and 15 that we strive for in our financial policy. So part of our budget process also includes taking a look to see how we compare to the other top 10 counties. This chart here kind of gives you an overview of tax rates, property values, and revenue numbers that are generated along those top 10 counties. And this information is pulled from those counties' websites. So this isn't this is for their FY23, not coming up. This is the actual numbers and data that's used to generate that chart before. Based on M&O rates alone, you'll see that while our tax rate is higher than most, we don't generate as much revenue, and that's mainly because of our property valuations. You can also see that in the last column, their total tax rates are different, again, from their M&O. It includes their INS rates. Other counties have a special road and bridge tax they assess. Some of them have a flood tax that they assess. And so their total tax is different. And so in that respect, they're also different from how we operate here with just our M&O and INS rate. This graph gives you the comparison of the population relative to the county budgets. And so you can see from the population size and budgets, they kind of follow a similar trend from the highest to the lowest. Not really comparing apples to apples, as not all counties provide the services or equal levels of services across the board. One example is, again, the assessments. We don't have the same assessments that other counties, that these other counties assess as far as tax rates go. And this slide is the budget per capita. The average being $403 this year. When we calculated this average last year, it was $352. We are number 2 when it comes to budget per capita at $511 when compared to these top 10 counties. Analyzing the budget per capita and budget per population, we see how our budget size compares to other counties by size in the state. And again, we're not always apples to apples when we look at this, and we know that when we look at it because of the services that we offer, programs, and size, square miles, and unincorporated areas. So we will continue to work closely with county admin and the county auditor as part of our FY24 preparation. We really use these comparisons to gauge how our budget and revenue growth compare and compete with the top 10 counties. And that gives us a little bit of an insight for performance to make sure that we basically keeping up with the Joneses, who, by the way, did not make the top 10 list. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions, comments, concerns?
Any questions?
No questions.
No? Commissioner Holguin? Okay. Jessica, thank you.
No, Judge, no questions.
Did you want to add something, Betsy?
Jessica, I just thank you. I just wanted to, first of all, thank Jessica and the team for really, we're trying to make sure we're bringing this budget information early as part of our preparation and our planning. I really appreciate them doing that. And then as we go through this information, we're also trying to make sure we enhance and provide more analysis. So like when she was showing the budget per capita, one of the things that we're talking about is how much unincorporated area there is in a county. I work with the other county administrators, and like Dallas County, we talk about all of his areas incorporated. Like there's a city that covers the majority of the county. So where we're doing road and bridge a lot, they're not necessarily doing as much in roads and bridges. It's just really interesting. While we look at the tax rate, there's just so much more, and the budget per capita, there's so much more to those stories. And we're trying to provide some more analytics on that. And I really just want to commend Jessica and the team for continuous improvement on this process.
And also the transition. I mean, just thank you so much for going through such a difficult situation and transitioning, and I know it's, it was very difficult for all of you, but we thank you for everything you've done to keep things moving in the right direction. Thank you, Jessica.
And if there's ever anything you want to see, just let us know. We'll figure it out.
Thank you, Jessica.
Item number 16, receive an update on the status of the county's migrant support services operations, as well as an overview of the county's preparation ahead of the May 11th lifting of the COVID-19 national and public health emergencies.
Welcome, Jessica. Thank you.
Was that me? Or did
I'm sorry. Irene.
Yeah, I got up in the wrong item.
No,
I
no.
apologize. Good afternoon, County Judge Commissioners. Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. It's been 3 months since the last time I provided a report to you all in an overview of our community's migrant response. So I wanted to take this opportunity today to give you a 3-month update, as well as an overview of preparation work ahead of the eventual lifting of Title 42 come May 11th. Okay, so up to this point, as we know, the Department of Homeland Security has used Title 42 of the United States Code, which allows the U.S. government to remove persons who have been in the country where a communicable disease was present. So as we know that during the COVID-19 pandemic. This provision was used to block land entry for migrants. So with the lifting of the COVID-19 public health emergency on May 11th, this provision can no longer be used to expel migrants. DHS will resume expedited removals of illegal border crossers under Title VIII of the United States Code, which is the title that they've always used under their immigration provisions. Title VIII authorizes removal of non-citizens that crossed illegally between ports of entry. So even with Title VIII enforcement, there are exceptions to removal that may be applied to some nationalities other than Mexican. And so for those who claim asylum as well, or fear persecution or torture, there may be exceptions even with Title VIII. It is presumed that many of the migrants that are waiting to come across from Juarez or Ciudad Juarez or Mexico may be accepted from that and are also will be requesting asylum and eventually paroled conditionally and released to either us or the various NGOs in our community. What you see on this slide represents what the county has done up to this point since operating our Migrant Support Services Center and somewhat what we have been preparing for over the last 3 months. We've assisted almost 30,000 asylum seekers since October of 2022 with same-day travel coordination to their sponsor destination. While the volume has decreased, and it did decrease right after December, but it has started to pick up over the last couple of weeks through NGOs and as well as our center. Since my last report on January 9th, we've assisted over 3,000 asylum seekers, but a little over 2,100 of those have come in the last couple of weeks. So we've seen kind of that upward trend coming up over the last couple of weeks, and that's normal, or we see it, or we were told it was common leading up to kind of this change in policy and we've seen some of those kind of surges at the wall, and it's put a lot of pressure on the CPC and detention, so they've slowly released some conditionally on humanitarian basis as well. We've seen those come in through our center, and our NGOs have seen that increase in bed needs for migrants released by Border Patrol. Our center is averaging 128 intakes per day, which is, again, significantly lower than what we were seeing in November and December, but that is expected to ramp up to several hundred per day leading up to the May 11th deadline. Also, since my last report, our operations have moved to the larger facility at 4121 Montana, where we do have the capacity to intake up to 1,200 people per day. However, our intakes will largely depend on CBP's manifest capacity. And so they've told us that they're going to try to fully staff their availability and their capacity to be able to manifest, but they may only be able to manifest up to 800. And so it just depends on what their staffing capability is. But at any rate, we will be ready to adjust staffing capacities at our center, depending on the volume. And so with that, you will also see an amendment to our contractor's agreement that operates our Migrant Support Services Center come to you on May 1st to scale up that capacity so that we could be ready for May 11th. We have also restarted our charter partnership with our friends Catholic Charities of Houston. Last week, we did send 2 full charters to them, just to kind of warm up our partnership once again so that they can be ready for May 11th. We sent 2 full charters, all of them 100% travel confirmed, and they received them very well, and they made their final destination from Houston. We have also made this charter partnership available to local shelters these last couple of weeks. So we filled up our buses with a combination of migrants that we assisted through our center, plus migrants that were pending travel from our local NGO shelters. And so that helped them decompress quite a bit since they were reaching or at capacity at that point. Yes, sir.
The 29,000, that's from October when we started processing?
Yes. Yes, sir.
At the other site?
Yes, sir. Combined.
Okay.
Combination.
We've also engaged DFW Airport and a Dallas NGO to do the same charter partnership with them, and they are ready to receive travel confirmed charters directly to the airport. So this is going to be unique from our Houston partnership. Our Houston partnership is received by an NGO at a hotel. They provide them a small meal and let them shower, and then they help them to the airport with their travel confirmed manifest. The partnership with Dallas is proposed to charter them directly to the airport with travel confirmation flying out of Dallas. There will be an NGO that will be positioned in the airport to help migrants with a small snack, a TSA sort of overview of the airport, where to go, what gate to go, that kind of navigation. So it'll be a little bit unique from what we're doing, and we do plan to trial run one of those charters here in the next week or so to try to kind of test how that process will work with Dallas. But they have been very helpful in this process. They're the ones that offered to receive them directly at their airport. They've been extremely supportive, and they do want to help El Paso decompress when the time comes. So.
Irene, from the beginning, we had said, Betsy and I thought, man, you talk about a prototype, that if we were able to extend that to all these other cities, they would like it better, right, than for us just to send a Chicago versus that they would do the same thing and be able to say we can send 3 buses or 2 buses. And do we have enough personnel? Because it looks like something that if we really sat down and tried to coordinate with these other cities, is there anything we could do? Because I keep saying you cannot decompress better. It's almost when we don't have the flights. When the flights work, I mean, it's great, but we're saying once they're full, the flights, decompression flights are going to stop. And I see this as sort of like an alternative to that, but is there anything we could do to help you, coordinate and talk to different cities to see if they're willing to do the same thing? Because I remember they used to tell us that they wanted, for example, Rapid City, they wanted 300. That we could say, well, okay, you bring us the bus, we'll put them on the bus and we'll send them to you if it's a possibility. But I don't know if we could spend more time, Betsy, on that prototype, or if there's anything we could do to support Irene.
I do think, Judge, one thing I think Irene and Lori are doing, I think if we are aware of any of those connections and we can share them with the team, but what I think that's helpful. I do think, and Irene, please jump in, but I think what Lori and Irene are doing, they're really trying to build long-term strategic relationships with the NGOs and the local governments. And they're being careful about not just any NGO, if you will. So, for example, we've heard from some cities, like, this isn't the NGO to use. They provide a great service for us, but they're not the most organized. Go to this one, or, and so I think that's a real critical part of it. But even identifying what other regional hubs there are that we could partner with for transportation. If there's any regional major hubs that will have the transportation system that you all are aware of that we haven't yet identified, that would be beneficial.
Correct. And Betsy's correct. The partnerships that we're in, the collaboration that we're trying to engage in, it has been strategic. It's also the commute time on a bus that it takes to that. So it's not too long, but it's also not too short, where they are going to require shelter somewhere from an NGO that's going to have to exhaust resources to shelter. So they don't shelter here, they don't shelter there, they travel overnight.
Exactly.
So it's strategic in that sense, which
That's
is why
amazing. And when we spoke to Mayor Adams from New York, he was saying that he was trying to put together something similar, but that you would just be able to know, who really wants the migrants, and then how do we get them to help us, not the other way around where we're take the responsibility. But so I don't know how far that got, but he was very interested in a national kind of.
That, Judge, is something, so when we were at NACO, I had a county reach out to me and say, we want to come see, we're on the receiving end, we want to see what's happening in the process so we can understand better. I do think that is something, if maybe we organized some type of national visit of other local governments to come visit. I know when we did it with NACO about 3 or 4 years ago, it was prior to the pandemic, it was so eye-opening for those officials. We had representatives from all over the country that NACO helped us coordinate, and people came in the morning. We sat down for breakfast at a hotel here, and I thought, I don't know how this day is going to go. There was some real negative rhetoric in the morning. Commissioner Stout, I'm sure you recall, but in the morning there was some real negative views, and by the end of the day, everybody was like, how can we help? They were much more understanding of what's going on, and that it changed their mindset from what everyone has perceived. So I think something like that, where we could coordinate with cities on the receiving end to be more receptive and understanding of who these migrants are. I think the more education we can do in that, and the more we can do to help facilitate that, the better.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that'll help us decompress better than that kind of coordination. So whatever we could do to see that.
Irene, I have a question. Remind me when we opened up the new processing center?
October 10th.
The new one?
The
new one.
The new
March
location.
1st.
March 1st
Yes, sir.
is when we opened it? Okay. And then on the charter operations, so right now we're doing 200 outbound?
No.
Or we're gearing up to do?
We're
be
gearing
able
up to do 200 or more.
So right now, are we doing charter operations at all?
We did 2 last week, 2 charters,
Okay.
about 53 passengers each, so we did a little over
Okay, so
100.
we have been doing charter operations the whole time?
Houston.
To Houston, yes, sir.
Just to Houston?
Just to Houston. Mhm.
Okay, and so what you're here, with these charter operations, you're talking about taking them to Dallas and Austin and Denver in addition to Houston?
Correct, yes, sir.
And just in Dallas is where you'd be dropping them off at the airport
At the
directly?
airport. Yes, sir.
Okay, but in Austin, Houston, and Denver, it's just in Dallas for the time
Well,
being?
we're having similar discussions. I think Denver's interested of a Denver airport drop-off, but we're having part 2 of our conversation this Friday with them. They were a little skeptical of it, but we're still engaging with them.
Okay.
And the same communication. Did you have something else, Judge?
No, just wanted to know if, Chief, I'd like to we have a guest here as well, the Chief D'Agostino, and just wanted to see if we could get some comments from him, and not only on this, but as we go through the presentation, because he's our partner on doing some of these things or making them happen. So, D'Agostino, Chief, you want to go ahead?
Yes, sir, Judge, Commissioners, good afternoon. Thank you for having us out here today, and I'll speak on behalf of the City County Office of Emergency Management. And I think that idea is excellent, and that's what we need to share our best practices. And it's more about giving them some insight into what's going on, how it's operating, so they understand why we're doing what we're doing. Why it's, transportation's a huge piece of what we do here locally. We know it. We don't have enough shelter space here. We understand that. We don't have enough transportation out. We understand that. So it's how do we overcome those hurdles? And it's bringing them in to take a closer look at it that really does bridge the gap. It really does help other entities get an idea of what's actually happening here in El Paso. Just to touch on another update, if you'd like, what we're foreseeing with Title 42 going away is going to call for a mix of what we've all done for the past few years. We're going to see populations in large numbers. We're going to see a mix of populations as we have in the past half a year, say the unsponsored, so those that don't have a means to get to where they're going. We're going to see those in large numbers again, and then we'll see the undocumented and those who've just bypassed the process waiting for that Title 42 date. So we still have quite a number of those here locally, and I think we'll continue to have that. And so those are the kind of operations we're looking at and seeing how are we going to respond. But when we talk about that, it's going to take everything we've done. So as you know, the city has partnershiped with the school districts. We still have our hold on 2 facilities, and so we're looking at standing those up sooner than later. And we want to be prepared for May 11th. We don't want to wait until after May 11th. So we want to be standing up on both feet and not reacting. We want to be ready and in place. So at that, we're at the point right now where we're going through contracts. We're going to get some outside contractors to assist with that. We're also engaging with a couple of NGOs. One's in the local area, the other one is out of Houston area. And so we're engaging with them to see what they can bring, what they can offer. They've offered their services. So we're seeing how we can connect them and to help with those housing needs. And then we're also going to look at transportation. I mean, right now, the process, the Migrant Process Center that you all are operating, the county's operating, Irene and Lori is doing an amazing job. But we understand there could be a point with Title 42 where they will reach their 1,200 capacity, and we're still going to have more of a flow. And so with that, that's at the point where we'd be toggling up, scaling back down. We'll be scaling back into the processing center that we set up last September, October. And if you remember that, it's over there across from the Emergency Operations Center. It's right behind the Public Health Clinic and Laboratory. And so that location will be used as that secondary means to process. And so it's all those phases tied together, making sure that they have what they need, making sure that we have the shelter space. As you remember, in December, we had to stand up the convention center. And 2 schools, while we hope that's enough to house everyone, some of the numbers that the intel's feeding us makes us concerned on that might not be enough. And so we're cognizant of that. And so that's why we're looking at those outside contracts to make sure we have enough force that we have the ability to scale up if we have to for that large scale. Unprocessed, as we talked about, those difficulties there. I mean, we're accepting, counties accepting, cities accepting, a lot of our local NGOs are accepting federal funds. And so with that, there's the difficulties with housing those who have been unprocessed at all. And so those will continue to be an issue. And we have some partners here locally, as you know, that they're very critical to making sure we're keeping the flow for them so they can keep housing that population. And that's where we stand up the additional shelters to make sure we don't overflow them and they house all the others, those who are here waiting for that next piece, the transportation piece. Our healthcare isolation, our health department continues to work with the EOC, Border RAC, and all the area hospitals, just for that coordination on how many do we have in the hospital system, how many beds do we have available, how many migrants are we seeing there. What we saw in the last surge in December and January was a backlog at the hospital on how to, they go in there for health care. They might be there for just a few hours, they might be there for a couple of days, but at that point, the hospitals aren't used to the transportation piece. So that's what we're looking at, is how can we assist the hospitals just so they can keep their flow going with getting them to it, not just to the hospital, but from the hospital back to a shelter, back to a processing center, so that we can keep them on their path. Media, as you know, is ongoing. There's been quite a big push this week, talking about what's the plan, how are we going forward. And so that's what I just described as the basis of what's going forward. Security center, I mean, the sheriff's office is tremendous. We're working it through the Fusion Center. It's very close contact with Customs and Border Patrol, as you know, seeing what kind of surges they're having, what they're seeing at the bridges or other entry points. And so it's keeping on track of that. Security is also looking at the total picture, and what we saw back in January, December, and in previous times is that rush across, let's say on Border Highway, and it just puts lives at risk. And so we want to make sure that we stay and we maintain on top of that. So we're still coordinating with the state of Texas for that DPS assistance, and that's for just that, just to make sure that people aren't running back and forth across the Border Highway. We've seen it up here by UTEP as well, and it's just to make sure that they're following a straight path. It's better to direct them to a port than have them running across the street. So that's kind of the outflow we're looking at that end. The city has asked for additional funding to last through the end of the year. We have not had any word on that yet, but we still are in constant communication. They did come and give us some additional funding last month, and with that, it had a very short window, and it's like 2 months. So we accepted the funding with the condition that this is our request for an extension. So we're still waiting on word back on that as well. And then I'd be remiss to not say that Irene and Lori has been awesome to work with. This, like any other emergency, is really going to rely on coordination and communication between everybody. And so it's bigger than than just the one. It's bigger than the both. It's going to take the whole community. But as we all know, El Paso's that community, and I've got faith in that system.
And we definitely thank you for the update and obviously for the partnership that we have in trying to, I think when it's worked better is when we understand our lanes pretty clear. Like, okay, we're going to do this and you guys are going to do that, and then we work together. Yesterday with the Juan Cereto and the mayor, they're working really hard trying to see if there's any way they can coordinate at their end and things that they can do. And so maybe you and I can get a little bit more involved to see if, because I think they need to understand what happens at this site.
Yes, sir.
And we got to get together with them. But they felt very comfortable that they could do some things at the Juarez site and maybe prepare some of the shelters and release, more coordinated than people rushing and getting there, expanding their shelters a little bit. So we've always depended a lot on them, but I think this time, because of the accumulation and the numbers are getting so high, I'm just really concerned that first week more than I'm not. It'll be a long time for us to deal with it, but that first week could be could become chaotic if we don't figure a way how to coordinate at least the beginning of the lifting of Title 42. So it's going to be very critical.
That would be an excellent option if we could control the flow in. It makes absolute sense. I'd look forward to those conversations.
I've got a couple questions.
Sure.
Thanks for being here, Chief. Do we know, there's that 30,000 number that we're hearing, right, and 500 a day, adding to that 500 a day. Are these 30,000 people that have signed up through the CBP One app that are going through the asylum process, or are they not? And have we heard from CBP, once Title 42 is listed, how many folks are they going to bring across the bridge that have signed? I mean, I'm still just trying to get my head around, is there going to be like metering on the bridge still? I would expect where they're only allowing 100 people to cross a day like they did back in 2018, 2019, or are they going to be processing 1,000 a day, or are we just expecting to see a bunch of people running across the desert or coming across the river and Border Patrol having to basically go and pick them up and then bring them to, I'm just trying to understand what we need to expect.
My understanding, Commissioner, is that the people that are here wouldn't be here if they had already signed up, because they're by appointment and they should know what their appointments are going to be. So those will be waiting until there's an appointment.
Because we're only processing people that have already gotten parole, right? We aren't processing any quote-unquote undocumented folks, people that did not go through the CBP1 process.
No, they can get on as part of the process. They can actually get on that online. The problem is that what they're saying is that that's a luxury. For example, I can't wait in a country where it's dangerous for me and I'm waiting for an appointment kind of thing. So the ones that are coming are actually, and Irene, you could clarify.
And I'm just trying to think, we're not going to have 30,000 people just come to El Paso the day that Title 42 is lifted, right? I mean, because I don't want the community to be alarmed. I don't want because I just got off the phone with a New York Times reporter, and they're wanting to talk about this, and I just want to try to understand. I mean, we're not going to see this huge group of 30,000 people coming across the river.
No, but they can if they want to, because they're there ready to come in this direction. But the problem is that they too are understanding, when we've talked to the migrants, they too understand that they can't all come at the same time, because then that's where the chaos is, and the danger for them is. And so in some way, they also coordinate a little bit themselves, because, I mean, they know the danger of everybody coming at the same time and what's going to happen. And so, but if they wanted to, and they're there, they could show up at, just like they did last time, but in huge numbers.
Right,
So
so,
that's a danger. We don't coordinate any, we can't stop or not allow them to come to the bridge, not the bridge, well, to the river there and wait and then come across like they did. Except now we're looking at numbers, what, 4 or 5 times bigger than last time. So we can go ahead.
I think what CBP is anticipating is both. They are trying to coordinate a more metering process where they're deferring migrants through the ports of entry through the CBP One app, because that's still applicable. El Paso is seeing CBP One app releases, about 100 per day, and so they're only doing 1,000 appointments throughout the southwest border, and El Paso's receiving 100 of those, and so those go to the various NGOs once they get approved with their appointment. So they're anticipating seeing a little bit of both, going through the ports, but because there's limited capacity in the port.
When they're being picked up, or if they're picked up after Title 42 is, because Title 42 is still in place, like those people that are being picked up, they're just being sent back, right?
The majority are still being expelled under Title 42. There are exceptions. There's some family units that are being released, other humanitarian exceptions that are happening. But once that goes away, even those that come between ports of entry can still have the ability to claim asylum or fear of persecution in their home country, and those will be processed in that.
And so they'll be processed through the asylum
Correct.
seeking process.
Correct.
And we may be then we will be charged with taking care of them and getting them on their way once they go through that process.
Those that are sponsored.
Right. And what is the capacity at the CPC?
Between the two facilities, the ideal capacity is what I've told. The older one on Hondo Pass is 1,400. The new soft-sided facility is 2,000. That's comfort. That's not,
Their max capacity is higher. We've seen it much higher.
Yes, we have seen it much higher,
Right,
even
but
in the Hondo Pass one.
So 1,400 at Hondo Pass and 2,000, so 3,400 or 3,500 is what it's
That's
not their
like
max capacity, but that's like
That's an ideal.
optimal.
That's it,
Right,
right, that's an
We have
optimal one.
5,000
But they've
right
been
now.
way higher than that.
Right.
We're at 5,400 right now, so what happens, they have in the desert, they put that's what's tough. And if we didn't even have that second one, we used to be at 1,200.
Right, and they would fill it up to about 4,000, 5,000.
Yeah.
So,
And then my last question right now is, are we still spending the last, what did we get, $6 million or $8 million? How much was it?
We originally, I think we started with 6 million.
The first tranche of money that we got from FEMA was 6
6
million?
million, yes, sir.
And have we already depleted that fund?
And you all already approved us for the second.
And I know that we made a request for 24 million, and that's to carry us through to
The end of December.
the end of the year. Okay, and am I, the number's correct, 24?
24 million, yes.
And Commissioner, can I just clarify something? Because I always want this to be really clear. We're asking for this funding in advance, but it's not here, like we don't ask for it and we get it.
Right.
And so we're still sometimes using that fund that you all authorized us to use, the Economic Impact Fund, and then reimbursing it when when the money does come in.
That update was part of this presentation as well. It's in another slide.
And so that second request for the 24 million, where are we with that? It's been already sent in, we've
It's been
requested
sent
it? And I mean, we're pretty sure we're gonna get it, we just don't know when?
We're very confident we're going to get it. They did give us an award of gap funding, which is probably similar to what the city received for a couple of months until they review all the advanced funding requests, which is the larger one that we requested. So we do have a notice of award for about a little over 5 million. That'll get us through the end of May. And then by then they hope to award the larger one, which is in total 24 million, which would be about 19 more million that gets us through the end of the year.
So we've received the 5 already, Irene?
I'm sorry, Commissioner?
We received the 5 already in gap funding. We've received that.
The notice of award, we received it, but the funding has not been deposited.
And when do we
You
expect?
actually approved a form in your earlier agenda items that we needed to submit to finalize that so they can send us a deposit.
Okay, but that should be within the next couple of weeks.
We hope within the next couple of days
Okay.
that they could, probably early next week, that they could deposit that. And that's that gap funding. That's a little over 5 million. It's not the full, because they're still reviewing all those requests.
Chief, do you mind where you at with the funding as well, so we could sort of understand from both ends?
Keep the terminology the same, gap funding. 9 million is what it was slightly over 9 million. And so it's that. We're still sitting on an additional 6 million that we've been awarded that goes, and there's different expiration dates. I think one's ending October and the other one's through the end of the year. So I don't know the split on that. But roughly altogether right now, it's about 15 million that's been deposited already.
Is Commissioner Leon?
Chief, you mentioned, as you were speaking earlier, about DPS assistance. How is it that DPS helps?
It's they gave us during December and January, the way we saw that come through was that extra visibility in the downtown area. When you have a lot of people camping, it was those extra patrol units on the ground here. So that's an assistance. As they're helping on border highway, they're actually looking, and we've all seen those access points where they'll break through one of the gates and that's where they'll access. It's just a dangerous highway. And they're trying to judge the speed of those cars coming down. And so they're actually staging at those gates. And so that's what it's taking. It's taking actual vehicles with staffed armed personnel in those vehicles to just be at all those locations. And so that's where it really helps out because, as we know, law enforcement we don't have enough units in our area, so we got to rely on everybody to make sure they can out and protect the greater area, the entire county and the entire city.
But that's the extent of DPS assistance.
That's all we've asked for, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Coronado?
My question regarding do we know more or less what percentage in the past have been coming in that don't have resources, that don't have sponsorship, and we need to, for some time period, house them until that happens, or do we have any idea of that?
Well, it was the first time we'd seen it to that scale, because usually those who are unsponsored, so those without a means to get to where they're going, is very few. It was a handful going into the NGO system, where the NGOs would just step up and they'd connect and find a way to get them to where they were going. August and September, October of last year was unprecedented. But what we saw was right around the 50% mark. So 50% of the Venezuelans that were coming into the El Paso region did not have a means to get to where they're going. Now, there's debate on that. Some say they're holding out, they're looking for that free travel, but when time's of an essence and housing is critical, you have to make those moves so that they can continue the transports on.
And so how many beds were you saying that we have in the two facilities, the two schools that you?
That's still to be continued discussions as we're going forward, and we're working with third-party contractors. Our estimates are looking between the 500 definitely up to maybe 1,500, 2,000 per school. It's what part of the school footprint can we truly use? How can you do it in a safe manner? And what's the population that you're serving? So if you're serving family units, it's different than single adult males. You don't want to put several thousand single adult males in one room. So it's those dynamics, but it's that range of 500 to 1,500 per school.
And do we know the other availability of the NGOs? How many beds I know that recently they had told us they didn't have much availability because they were pretty much full up.
And what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the NGOs are at capacity, and it's because they're looking at just those. They're getting those that don't have the sponsor, they don't have the means to carry on. And so they're going through the NGO system, and they're going from shelter to shelter, and they time out after 3 days. Look, you need to get your travel done in 3 days, and it's trying to put the rush on them to get them to find the family members to help them to where they're going. I understand that, but as they're leaving there, they're going to the next shelter. And so it's this population that's taking up the bed space, from what I understand at this time.
And a big challenge is really sometimes we have the space but not the personnel.
Right.
So the diocese is struggling more with not having the volunteers that they used to have because of COVID and their fear of being back in those environments.
That's a big one, and I'd be failed to remiss if I could. We still continue, the Office of Emergency Management, the City of El Paso hired, we had a much higher number before, As it scaled back down after the January surge, we actually placed these individuals in other departments. Well, because it's picking back up, we've pulled them all back. We kept their job titles. They were just on another assignment under different funding, but it's trained staff. So we're calling them back on. Our roving teams never stop. They continue to go out, and they're connecting those individual families we find in the streets, at the airports. I mean, we had a couple of families walking to City Hall the other day, and we had to help them with transport and getting onto a shuttle. So those are there, but it's that personnel issue is very dire within the NGOs, and for a long time, we were actually staffing them as well.
Mm-hmm. And so if we're saying that, let's say, you know, you're throwing us a figure of about 50%, but let's say it's less because of the factors that you consider, and you're able to, the available beds that we have maybe are going to be somewhere around 3,000 to 5,000 people?
Yes.
And so we have about 30,000 sitting over there right now, and maybe getting close to May 11th is going to be more than like 500 a day that are coming, and then all of a sudden, so potentially we could be having 40, 50,000 people come middle of May?
Well, and that, Commissioner, that's exactly, as it depends on how they're metered through CBP. So, you know, and Irene is meeting, I know, weekly, or sometimes I know daily, working with CBP and other community partners, but it really is going to be critical. And we do, I know it's, I don't think it's part of the presentation today. She's also trying to work, I want to let her finish, but I don't believe it's part of the presentation today. But she is trying to work on a streamlined operation, but it takes collaboration with all the stakeholders.
Mm-hmm.
She's trying to work through that collaboration with the stakeholders to make this streamlined operation work, but we really think it would be the most ideal for this crisis time, or this high volume time, to let us try this project where we would streamline intake and move people as efficiently through all of the system, through our Migrant Support Services Center. We think it would help CBP, we think it would help the shelters, we think it would help the migrants and those receiving the migrants. But I do want to let her finish. I know you have some other slides, but you could also talk some about that process.
Definitely.
Yeah, because right now, one of the things that Irene presented to us is that the backing up, like going to one shelter and then having to go to another shelter instead of continuing the process. Some of them, after 3 days, have to get out of one shelter, go back up, and she's got just an amazing plan to challenge that. So, yeah, go ahead, Irene.
Thank you, Judge. And I'll just wrap up this slide by we're meeting with the City of Austin to discuss those charter arrangements with them, as well as continuing conversations with Denver to arrange, again, another travel hub charter for them as well. So, to your question, Commissioner Coronado, about certain bed capacity for some of the NGOs, the county is working. We already have 2 shelters under contract through our FEMA fiscal agent process, and we're working with 2 other NGOs to provide reimbursement for them to have their bed spaces available for overflow sheltering. We did execute an agreement with the Opportunity Center for the Homeless to reimburse them for about 125 overflow bed spaces that they've made available for migrant populations. This is in addition to their local homeless capacity. So they've already been sheltering migrants. This is just a way to get them reimbursed quicker so that they're able to use their existing funding to continue to shelter. So we don't want them to lag in reimbursement from FEMA, and then they have to shut down their shelter because they can no longer accept migrants. So we want to get them the reimbursement as quickly as possible so that they can continue to shelter. We're also in contract negotiations with Sacred Heart Church to reimburse them for their 120 bed capacity. These are optimal capacity. They've been over this capacity during the December timeframe, including the OC2, but this is an optimal bed space capacity that they would prefer to stay at. So it's 120 beds for overnight sheltering for Sacred Heart. And we're also in negotiations with the Salvation Army. They currently provide the food and personal care and hygiene products at our Migrant Support Services Center. And they are eligible for FEMA reimbursement. They've been going through that, but it's slow coming for them. So we want to get them under our auspice so that we can get them that reimbursement quicker, again, move their money along so that they can continue to provide that support to us and others. They've also said that they may have some bed spaces, about 40 to 55 bed spaces for migrants. So that's an additional bed space capacity that we can count on with them if we finalize our negotiations with them. And we may have some of those agreements for you on May 1st as well. We also, with help of our purchasing department, recently opened a bid for local transportation services to provide the shuttle services to the hospitality sites to transport migrants to and from the airport, bus station, in between shelters if they need to go. Again, some shelters do have timeout policies where after 3 days they have to exit and they may have to go to another shelter. We can be able to provide that. We're currently doing that with our First Transit, who is our county's fixed route commuter transport provider. We're using them to do that right now in a smaller capacity. So we went out for a bid to get a vendor to do this exclusively just for the migrant population. Also, part of that bid will be a provider, if it's the same provider, to transport and pick up migrants from CBP to our Migrant Support Services Center. We did that last year, November and December, as the numbers and the volume went up. It was difficult for Border Patrol to manifest so many migrants being released to all the different agencies that they were releasing. We were getting our transfers to our center pretty late in the day, and it was difficult for us to travel arrange same day, which is our focus and our goal is to try to move folks along same day so they don't shelter. And so we started picking up at CBP at 6:30 in the morning so that we could pick up our transfers to our facility and we could work with them throughout the day. And so that was extremely helpful, obviously for them, but for the migrants that were going through our process, they were able to come to our facility sooner, and we were able to travel arrange quickly for them the same day. And so we're going to continue that with this new transport contract that we receive. There's also been extensive coordination and preparation with all the local NGOs. We're now holding weekly meetings. We have a meeting right now. Lori's hosting that meeting right now with our shelter coordinators. That includes all shelters providing bed space for migrants, to include Ruben's Annunciation Network is on those calls as well.
I'm sorry, did I miss out on the rescue mission, the building in front?
Right, so the rescue mission, we already have a contract with them. We've been under contract with the rescue mission since December, and they provide about 180 beds already, exclusive for migrants as well. I think total with the NGOs that we're going to bring on board, we're going to have about 500 to 600 bed capacity with those NGOs that we bring on board. The shelter coordinator meetings we're holding now weekly. We used to hold them bi-weekly. We've never stopped those. We have those to assess capacity and needs amongst all the shelters and to try to navigate and help them address some of those needs. We also participate in the bi-weekly City County OEM Title 42 meeting, which I believe now is going to happen weekly, hosted by the City County Office of Emergency Management. We also yesterday met with the El Paso International Airport. They actually toured our facility and our process, and we met with them to apprise them of what we continue to do. We're going to provide them a list of the top destinations that our migrants are going to so that they can be aware of where they're going and flights that they may need to be bringing into the airport, and have flight availabilities come May 11th. We have shared, again, and we'll continue to share those top destinations with the airport staff that we're tracking from our operation. And then those shelters that we are bringing on board, we're going to start tracking those destinations as well so that we can share that with the airport as well. As mentioned, we've met with partners and counterparts across the state, and of course we've also maintained daily communications with OEM, CBP, and ICE just for situational awareness and sharing with us what's going on at the capacity at the CPC rather, and then what's going on in Juarez. And then we discussed a little bit, we did request for a total of $24 million. We're still pending that funding award, and those funds are for the end of this year. And so we have been approved for some gap funding through May, at the end of May. We're still pending that fund deposit for us.
Irene, if you look at what we've asked before and you go all the way to December, that's a pretty tight number.
So that's part of what I was going to mention. We're going to assess, so the number we asked last year was a really high number. And FEMA asked us, go big. I mean, just ask for a lot, just in case. And so it was a really high number. It actually took us through March 31st. So we had asked for Q4 funding October through the end of December, $6 million, but it actually did last us through the end of March. However, we're assessing, once we're getting close to May 11th and after May 11th, we're going to closely assess what our needs are in our operations and the NGO needs locally. And so we may have to, it's almost a certainty that we may have to amend that request and ask for more money from FEMA.
If you think of the what we spend, but looking at the difference in increase in numbers, that could be pretty tight.
Right. And we made them aware that we may have to amend, and they're open to that. They're aware. They are prioritizing, while they are funding interior cities such as New York and Chicago and some of those receiving cities, they're prioritizing the funding for border communities first, and then making funding awards to other communities in turn. Lastly, we have requested and have received tentative confirmation from CBP that they will host a tabletop exercise next week with all the stakeholders to ensure that all of us, every agency, organization, government entity in the region involved in this response effort has situational awareness of what's going to happen, what's going on right now, and that we can prepare as much as possible.
Do you have a time or date for that?
They're confirming the final date and time, but they did say it was going to happen sometime next week.
It's so important.
Yes,
to have that.
absolutely. We've been engaged with local, and one of you may have mentioned this as well in earlier discussions. We've engaged with local and national foundations to secure financial support for some of those non-FEMA funded providers. There's some shelters and faith-based providers that don't apply for FEMA funding by choice, or they just don't get FEMA funding. And so we've engaged some local foundations, nonprofit foundations, to help with funding resources for those providers that don't apply for or receive FEMA. Locally, we've met with the Paso Norte Community Foundation, the El Paso Community Foundation, the United Way of El Paso County, and to apprise them of possible needs, financial needs of those non-funded non-FEMA funded providers, so that they can begin reaching out to their donors and jumpstart those fund development efforts for the community. They did that in December. The El Paso Community Foundation and the Paso Norte Foundation did a fund raising, and they had a portal where they got a lot of donations locally, and they had some larger donors donate to some of these hospitality sites to get them through. And so we're having those discussions about jumpstarting that again and getting some of that financial support from the donor site for those sites. We've also been in contact with a couple of other national foundations who've expressed interest in providing financial support in our community. One foundation is the Emerson Collective that reached out to us about providing some type of staffing support to help us with NGO coordination here and then throughout the country in receiving cities. And so we're still discussing those final details about placement of that staffer, but they've expressed interest in staffing it with the county, that person with the county, so that they can help us coordinate with the NGOs. And of course, continued and frequent communication with our Office of Emergency Management, where we continuously have discussions about our roles and responsibilities and what we are doing in this effort. And so I do want to touch on a little bit of what Betsy mentioned of a concept that we've been in discussions for several months with our local NGOs, our counterparts at the city, as well as FEMA and a lot of our partners that we work with, is a concept where we would have a centralized location where we would triage all releases from CBP and ICE into that centralized location. And in that triage, we would do intake of everyone, and we would determine where and how they would move along. Many of the releases, even to NGOs directly right now, many of those, including family units or individual single adults, are ready to go. They have a sponsorship, or they have the ability to obtain sponsorship or funding, but they end up going to the shelter anyway, and if the NGO can't get to them right away, they end up lingering in a shelter when they're actually ready to go. And so if we have a centralized process where we can just determine that off the bat, are you ready to go? Yes, okay, we would process them, and those that are not, then we would communicate with our NGO shelters and providers to shelter. And those that need shelter would be sheltered, but those that don't need shelter right away would have the ability to move along. And so this is a concept that it's on a larger scale here in El Paso, just because we are probably the top destination, if you will, of migrants coming through from Mexico, but it isn't unique. Our colleagues and counterparts in Brownsville started doing this concept late last year as well. And so when we visited them over the summer to develop our concept for our Migrant Support Services Center, they were receiving single adults only, which is where we got our model from, to receive single adults, and NGOs here in El Paso would receive family units from CBP. But later on in the year, Brownsville started receiving everyone. So they have a centralized process in their support service center facility where they triage and intake everyone. And if they're ready to move along, they move along from that facility the same day. Only those that cannot move along the same day is where they connect with shelter providers to shelter.
We had something similar by having the city. We sort of divided, and we had the 30, at that time, 38% were able to move quickly, that went through our process center, then the rest went to the city. So we had some kind, but then the economies of scale, it's hard, right? Because you've got personnel over there and personnel over here, so having one area to get everybody. But we've been mentioning the same thing. Let's say the capacity is 2,000, but we have 2,800. So, but we'll take a large portion of everybody going through and then going to the shelters, and instead of commingling them in a shelter when they need to be moving, out of El Paso. So.
Right, and this process would provide CBP and I's one location where they would transport. Right now, what's happening is they're transporting everywhere. Right, they're sending releases to our facility. When the city activates, they will be sending buses of migrants to the city, and then they send to any given day about 10 to 12 shelters. They're transporting 10 to 12 buses to those.
Imagine the personnel. So we're actually helping the Border Patrol in that sense, because you were saying, right, that them having to go to one place versus transporting, then you can use some of that personnel to do other things, and then that helps with not getting customs to help Border Patrol. And so if we can get everybody back in their positions, it would be a lot more
Right,
helpful.
the objective is twofold, exactly what you just mentioned, Judge, is to get Border Patrol agents on the line to be able to deal with potential undetected migrants that want to come in, and get them on that line, and then, not having to use, because they use agents on buses, and they pull them off the border line and bring them into to transport. But the second, and I think is the important component, is from the humanitarian perspective. Migrants have journeyed, we know, through several countries, through Mexico, coming here, and then they're going from a Juarez shelter to detention here at the Border Patrol CPC facility, and then through various shelters, and then if they time out, they come back to another shelter and another shelter, and they're being transported also as far away as Deming and Las Cruces, and many of them come back to El Paso because they exhausted the time frame that they had in those shelters, and so they coordinate. Las Cruces and Deming coordinates transports of buses back to El Paso to our shelters so that we can help them. And so it's a long journey for them, and it's pretty traumatizing for the migrant to be jumping from shelter to shelter. And yes, it does facilitate for Border Patrol, but a safety issue for them and a law enforcement issue where they could stay and belong in the line where they belong rather than driving buses all over the place. And so we're still in very deep discussions with our NGO partners to get buy-in on this concept because we need everyone to participate and to buy into this because where we need shelter space, we're going to need our NGOs to be engaged and available to shelter if we need to shelter. And so, again, this is still, we're in discussions. We haven't enacted this, but we are wanting to put this forth in our community to facilitate this.
How do you feel time-wise? Would we get close to doing something like that by May 11th, or do you think that'd be too much of a challenge to have one center?
It's going to be a challenge to have it by May 11th, but we're hoping that once we kind of get or overcome that initial, we are anticipating a surge. I don't know if all 30,000 are going to want to come across at the same time, but quite a bit will want to. They've been waiting, they're waiting, they're wanting to come over, and they all know May 11th is the date. And so we want to kind of get past that initial busy search time that we anticipate. And then once we kind of get that process going, we want to continue to have these very serious discussions to introduce this concept to be able to do this. And that concludes. Do you all have any questions?
I get exhausted just hearing that. Commissioner Corona?
Yes. You know, my concern is that I can see a lot of people doing our NGOs, the city, the county, other organizations are doing, and we've had months to be looking at this project and I look at it like that because it's something we know it's going to happen by a certain day. We're going to end up getting some influx of people here. But besides CBP and the federal government providing us money, why aren't they doing something about providing more in terms of the facilities to be able to process? Just, I mean, this is their responsibility. And when we've done refugees from other parts and they come, they've set up tent cities, they did it for people from Afghanistan. Why can't they be doing this for?
When you look at the military, they're, I don't want to say excused, but the reasoning behind it is because of the war. And they're pulling out all their, because we want to see, why can't you transport them? You've got a tremendous, you transport military all the time. But they said they were not willing to, the personnel they're using for the war and then being geared up for the war and all that. So that Fort Bliss that used to be, an essential opportunity, it hasn't been offered to us again.
Well, I was going to say, even forget about maybe their personnel, but at least some other facilities like at Fort Bliss.
Well, we've tried. I mean,
We have tried? And so has Congresswoman Escobar. We've had multiple meetings on that about, as we've gone through these different surges, we've looked at those options.
Yeah, but, I mean, there is talk sometimes like them saying that we'll set up the shelters kind of thing, and then, then you'll process them, we'll set up the shelters and then, to help us, but it's just been discussions that, remember that the parties aren't in agreement as to
anything. That's sad.
Commissioner Holguin had a question.
Thank you, Irene. No, I wanted to comment. I was actually really surprised when I learned that not all of the processed migrants came through our support service center. I thought that they did. I thought that that's how CBP was doing it, that they were bringing all of the processed migrants to our support center. So I was a little bit surprised when I found out that that wasn't the case. So I'm really glad that we're trying to change course and get everyone on board to agree that that's really the best way to do it, so that we have a central intake place. But I'm just wondering, Irene, is that, I think from my understanding, there is a lot of pushback. Do you think we'll actually be able to get everyone to agree that that is the best way to do it?
I do. It's just going to take a little bit more time. I have been engaged with several NGOs, and there's individual buy-in from our shelter providers. It's just in a group there may not be entire buy-in at this point. But I am confident it may not happen by May 11th, but I am working to get them to agree to this concept.
Well, ultimately, I mean, CBP is the one that decides where they're going to take migrants, right? So CBP could decide that they're going to bring all processed migrants to our support service center, correct? I mean, so how does CBP feel about it?
CBP wants this centralized process to move forward. Obviously, it is a much more convenient process for them to have this centralized operation because it only takes one transport to one facility. I think the issue is there's concerns amongst a group of shelter providers in the community that if they are not utilized on a daily basis, they will not stay engaged when we need them and if we need them. And they may not want to continue to participate unless they are consistently receiving migrants daily. And so those are things that we're having conversations about to try to educate them on how the concept works, because we're still going to need them. We still need them engaged, because the reality is our operations center has an excellent track record to move folks same day. We've been doing mostly single adults. Those are not difficult to move same day. It is easy for a sponsor. Well, when I say easy, it is easier for a sponsor to pay for a ticket for one person versus a family of 4. And so it's the family units that end up at NGOs because it takes a little bit longer to work with them and get the sponsor to pay. It's more expensive, which is also why these charter hubs and these travel hubs are important, because our flights, even our bus tickets going out of El Paso are way more expensive than Houston, than Dallas, than Austin. And so it is also a lot more attractive when we offer that to the sponsor. Your family members can fly tomorrow from Houston and you can save $500. They're gonna jump on that. And so it's just having that continuous conversation with our NGOs about how it's beneficial to them. And because that eliminates them having to shelter so much. It eliminates the issue of them not having enough staffing or volunteer staff because they may not have to shelter as much. But the concern is, well, if I'm not going to shelter as much, I'm just going to get out. I'm just going to take a sabbatical and not be part of it. And if we need them, they're not going to be available for that capacity. So those are that's the major concern, is keeping them engaged regularly.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
When they call a sponsor, the difference between it's going to cost me 180 or 600, you can imagine they need to scramble and try to get the money, so that backs up so getting them to the bigger hubs is always one of the key components.
Any other questions?
Anything else? Good. No? Chief, thank you. As always, great partnership. And thank you
all.
for
Have a good
your
afternoon.
time here. Thank you.
Okay, item number 18, receive a presentation and provide feedback regarding proposed amendments to the county managerial operations policy. Opinion number 1482.
Judge, Commissioners, the team's going to pull up the current policy. This is a red line version. We're not asking for action today, but we want to go over the proposed changes and seek any feedback from the court before we bring it back for approval next week. I'm sorry, on May 1st. So the first request is under Section A, delegation of contract agreement grant document related approval and signature authority. Item number 3. Right now, this is already allowed, but we want to clarify it because it's been an issue before with the auditor. We thought we'd fixed it last time, but we want to make it very clear. Budgeted or non-financial contracts or contract amendments, including multi-year agreements that provide goods and services or programs, I'm asking for you to consider making this $10,000. It used to be that our copier maintenance agreements were under $5,000 a year, as an example, but now those are running somewhere up between $5,000 to $7,000 a year for even a simple copier maintenance contract. So if the court would consider allowing this to be increased to $10,000, it would allow us for some of the more minor maintenance type contracts to be streamlined. But the multi-year is another clarification, and for any single contract clarification. For example, the multi-year, we might do a contract to maintain a copier for 5 years at $5,000 a year. And so it's multiple years, but not to exceed $5,000 in any 1 year. Or the department brings a $5,000 contract, a $5,000 contract, a $5,000. And so that's just trying to streamline that. And then also where it says for any single contract, because sometimes I'll have a contract for the sheriff's office for $4,000 for ABC copier maintenance. Then I'll get one a month later for the domestic relations office, and then a few months later in the year, I get one for the county attorney's office. But they all have their own individual contracts of differing amounts and differing needs. But I'm just trying to clarify that it's any single contract that this is covering. The next one is here on section 3. This is just a clarification. We've had staffing changes come up during the year that have been, this right now is very explicit. It says funding during budget, but sometimes we get a grant and then there's a change to the position, and that wasn't necessarily something we didn't know about it at the time of budget. So we're just trying to clarify that it also extends to changes funded via grants or intergovernmental revenue sources if I determine they are in accordance with the objectives of the granting agency. And before you go on, this is not redlined. If you can go down just a little bit, I'm sorry, under number 5. Joanne and I have been talking about this section. We may also propose a change here. The very last sentence where it says changes involving elected officials shall also be reviewed by the county attorney's office. Joanne and I have had conversations about that, and we don't know exactly why that was in there. So like, for example, every time the DA is wanting to make a change, I have to say, I approve. Joanne, this hasn't been reviewed by the county attorney's office. And we've looked at it and she's like, there's no legal reason why I'm reviewing these. So, and I don't know if you all have discussed that internally, but Joanne and I have discussed that. That's another change that it just is a step in the process that we don't know it's necessary. Of course, if there's anything that's of a legal concern, whether it's about a staffing change or anything else, we're going to use our resources. But that may be another change we propose in the final version on Monday. I'm sorry, Monday, a week and a half from now. Go down, please. Thank you. Number 9, this is one the court has previously discussed with me. When we had a situation where there was not going to be time and we needed to start working on something immediately, authorize the county attorney's office to initiate an employee separation agreement up to $25,000 in value for extenuating circumstances, with the understanding that the agreement would come to Commissioners Court for final approval. This is when we have a situation going on, we need to act quickly and then bring it to Commissioners Court for approval.
When you bring it to Commissioners Court, is there a time frame within so many days, or does that matter?
We could definitely add within X many days. It's going to have to come here for final approval, but this is just initiating for the county attorney's office to start working on the separation agreement. The particular case that we had that this came up with, it seems like it's always like either during the holidays or when there's a holiday Monday coming up and we need the action to start immediately. So we maybe could say within 30 days. I don't think it would take that long, but because they'll be going back and forth.
No, and I agree. I'm in agreement. I was just wondering if there's the necessity to include a time frame before it comes to the court.
I definitely think we can do that. Let me talk to the legal team if I may, and then we could add that language to have in for the final
Yeah,
draft
because
that
I
we bring
would
back?
want to see something, oh, by the way, last year, we
Right.
approved this.
Yes. Okay. We'll do that. Next item, if you could scroll down, thank you. This is a request, Jose requested that that we allow minor and administrative amendments to the American Rescue Plan Act portfolio budget and structure. This was like, for example, when we needed a slight adjustment, there is a less than amount in here. Give me just a second. And it would be part of my reporting. So amendments would be authorized and submitted to budget in writing on an as-needed basis and shall include the written justification. Those necessary to implement the project as previously approved by the court. So it's not to add any new projects. It'd be a project you all had approved. And actions not considered to be major amendments. So major amendments are those which adds to or reduces the overall budget by 5% or more, unless the reduction is determined to be a result of project savings. So if you all said, we want to do transportation for a year, and it came in at $45,000 instead of $50,000 by the end of the year, we'd be able to take that $5,000 and move it over to our unallocated area. Or add, enhance, reduce, or remove a component of the project's original scope of work that's not necessary to the successful implementation of the original scope, unless the reduction is determined to be a result of project savings. And then if project savings are identified, I may reduce the project cost by placing those funds into Project 1530, which is the unallocated, that still has to come back to Commissioners Court for approval. And so this would be, and this section of the policy would be deleted at the end of 2026 when ARPA is completed, or when all ARPA funds are expended by the county, whichever date comes first. And again, these would be part of the quarterly report to Commissioners Court. Any of these changes that come up. We specifically had a minor change that came up that brought this up, and I can't remember. Jose is probably listening. I can't remember exactly which one it was. But there was a minor change we needed, and it's like, well, we can't do it till we take it back to Commissioners Court. And it was where we needed a small amount to be reallocated to finish one of the projects. Next item. Okay, this one is a one we're requesting, again, as a temporary that will be removed at the end of the period. This was one where I've tried to speak to you all about this. We have policies about use of county facilities in various policies. The more we look, I've found at least 3 policies about use of county facilities. And I'm trying to clean those policies up. But in the meantime, we're having requests to use county facilities, specifically the courthouse right now, for certain functions that some policies don't allow us to use it in the way that we're wanting to use it. And so I'm asking that while policies and amendments are underway, authorize the county administrator to be able to authorize the use of county facilities and space for county-sponsored functions, which includes exceptions to the policies for the types of activities to be allowed during the use. An example would be an after-hours event in partnership with another agency to have a art display and have a kickoff VIP reception. That's currently, some policies don't allow that. They're not explicit against that, but they have some element of them that would not allow us to do that. We're going to clean all those up, but we have requests to have these events sooner than when we'll have all the policies updated. So that's what this item is requesting. And next item, I think that's it. If there's any feedback or questions on any of these, we'd be glad to incorporate that into the final version. I think Commissioner Olguin has her hand up.
Yes, Commissioner Olguin, please.
Thank you, Judge. No, Betsy, I was just wondering, can you be sure that you add the red line version to the backup when we hear the item at the next meeting? Because it wasn't on this backup. I think it was
Yes,
the
ma'am.
clean version was the only one that was on the backup.
Yes, ma'am. We'll definitely add it to the backup. I apologize. We've been making changes up until this morning. And so we will definitely have the final proposed red line in the backup for May 1st.
Great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Are there any questions or any area the court would like to go over?
Commissioner? Nope.
Thank you very
We agree.
much. We'll have it on for May 1st.
Thank you.
Item number 19, addendum to the agenda. We do have a correction to read in for this item. Discuss and take appropriate action to approve a contract with the YMCA for staffing county pools and offering swim lessons for the public from May 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2023. Contract number 2023-0227. Additionally, approve an additional $286,264.96 from GFG Admin Operations Contingencies to cover the increase in contracted services for the aquatics budget.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Veronica Myers, Parks and Recreation Director. And online, we also have Mr. Jeremy Jordan, YMCA Executive Director. The YMCA reached out to the county with a proposal offering lifeguard training and pool management services. And in FY22, the county, like the rest of the country, had a lifeguard shortage, which impacted our hours of operation, lessons, and pool rentals. The Parks and Recreation Department Master Plan recommends that the department expand programs and services in areas of El Paso County with the greatest unmet needs, as per the statistically valid survey. Learn to Swim programs rated as a high priority for program investment and water fitness, lap swimming, and Learn to Swim ranked as one of the highest unmet need programs. The YMCA provides aquatics programs year-round, and therefore our partner that could provide sufficient lifeguard to increase aquatics programs in county pools, especially swim lessons in Fabens and Canutillo. And therefore, the YMCA reached out to the county with the proposal to offer those aquatic services to the county. And with us is Mr. Jordan to chime in and help answer any questions that you may have for us on this new partnership.
Welcome, Jeremy. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon, Judge and County Commissioners. I'm honored to be here today. I'm traveling and I speedily wrote down some talking points, so if they're half formed, please excuse me. But I'm honored to be here today. We're excited about this potential partnership. I want to thank Veronica and her team for the time that they took to work with the Y and work out all the kinks, look at all the angles, look at all the other benefits of this contract, and we're excited to present it here today to y'all. And with that, I'll answer any other questions you may have.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
Oh, I'm sorry, can I ask a question really quickly?
I'm sorry, what was that, Commissioner?
Can I ask a question just really quickly?
Oh, absolutely, go ahead.
Thank you. So I know, Veronica, last year, another problem that we had was getting lifeguards certified for our pools. Does this contract, and I know that the YMCA does do certification of lifeguards, does this contract also include anything about the certifications?
Yes, they will be certifying all the lifeguards and they will be providing all the lifeguards and swimming instructors.
Okay, so then the county will not be hiring lifeguards. They will all be employees of the YMCA.
They will be employees of the YMCA, and those that we have hired will become employees of the YMCA.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
And the YMCA will also be offering the scholarships program for the swim lessons in the county pools.
Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica?
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout is absent. Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate the partnership. Thank you. Thank you, Veronica.
Yeah.
Judge, that completes all the items on today's agenda.
Okay. No, thank you, everybody. Have a great weekend, everybody, our translators back there, Jessica, everybody else in our production team, and commissioners. Wish you all a great weekend. Thank you. Thank you.
This concludes today's meeting at 2:58 p.m.